of them in the continent. I have never seen the largest tabernacle of Rastafari as the one in Shashamane. So it is not only the largest tabernacle which is in Ethiopia, but it is also the largest in the world of Rastafari in Ethiopia, which is for us a beacon of hope, a space of spirituality, a sacred space. And therefore, as I've already given you analogies that we can compare it with Mecca for the Muslim, Jerusalem for the Jews, Vatican for the Christians. So this is what is stand in the world of Rastafari. Now, a move against that is a blasphemy. Whether the tabernacle crossed the markings or the markings crossed the tabernacle. But we know that the tabernacle did not cross the markings, but the markings crossed the tabernacle, because all the information we have gathered is that the master plan, the very first master plan of Shashamane about the road came 15 years ago. And that tabernacle has been there from 1994, 95, 96. As we took part in the Centenary Committee in 1992, when they were spreading out information and requesting for international donations and contribution to the building of it. Some of us have those certificates.
Rastauto, give me a second. All those who are not speaking, will you please mute? Will you please mute? The ones who are not speaking, could you please mute your mic? Reason, could you please mute your mic? Reason, could you please mute your mic? We're getting your background noise. And Ras Jonas, could you please mute your mic? Could you please mute your mic? I don't know why I'm not able to mute your mic from here. That is very strange. So Reason, please mute your mic. And Ras Jonas, please mute your mic. Go ahead, Ras Tauto.
Give thanks, Ras Amlak. Give thanks for putting that particular order. So basically what we said is we mobilized an international protest from South Africa. I did explain that we are living in the protest capital of the world, where we know that the governments, or maybe through the example for our government, the government listened to protest more than anything else. So it was natural for us to protest against this particular sacrilege and blasphemy committed in Shashamane. We're in solidarity with the family in Shashamane through and through. Our loyalty in Shashamane is to the Rastafari family. It's not to the geography called Ethiopia or to the ethnic group called Oromo or Amhara. Our loyalty to the record, it must be placed on record that our loyalty is to the Rastafari. We are first and foremost Rastafari and anything else. So if the Rastafari family get encroached upon and their rights get violated, we're gonna rise up. We don't care whether it is in Ethiopia or it is in Jerusalem or it is in heaven. Injustice anywhere must be challenged. And this is injustice. Ethiopia cannot find itself in history as one of the countries that destroyed the Rastafari tabernacle. Whether this thing will create enemies of Ethiopia to take advantage of it, but Ethiopia must also think first. It has never done it before, destroy the churches or the mosque. Why does it begin with the Rastafari? The smoking of ganja by the Rastafari, abuse, human rights violation, crime against the Rastafari community in Ethiopia. It can be correct. We don't care. Some people are emotional. They're saying, oh, it looked like you are taking Ethiopia. But we know that the current Ethiopia is not the Haile Selassie Ethiopia. I'm loyal to Haile Selassie before anything else. I'm a Rasta man, as who man who look upon his majesty as my God and King. So if Ethiopia changed after Haile Selassie, I'm not so much loyal to that. I'm loyal to Haile Selassie. And if that particular Ethiopia go against what Haile Selassie has put in place, I wouldn't just say I stand with Ethiopia when Ethiopia stand against Haile Selassie. And I know that some of this administration are made up of people whom in 1974-75 were in the street marching and protesting against Haile Selassie and calling him labor thief, and declaring that he stole money and put it in Swiss bank and all of this nonsense, which we later found out that it never happened like so. So our loyalty, it must be placed on record as Rastafari in South Africa, whether as members of the Rastafari National Council or as Rastafari United Front, or even Rastafari in the Rastafari Continental Council. Our loyalty is with our Rastafari family in Ethiopia, first and foremost. We're not caught up in history. We're not caught up in geography. We're not caught up in what the Bible says about Ethiopia. We are caught up in what our people are going through. And we know the geopolitics of Ethiopia. They are very ethnic and they are very xenophobic towards the Rastafari coming from abroad. So we have to, every time our family, they send us information, send us videos, and they request us to do something, we rise up immediately. And that is what we did. And then we secure a meeting with the Ethiopian embassy on the 6th of June. We sat down with them, we reasoned, we came to certain conclusion, but we did not conclude because we agreed to have a follow-up meeting on the 13th of June, which is Monday, 2 days from now. We will be sitting again with the ambassador and his staff in Pretoria to reason about Ethiopia's situation. We know that they are doing their own investigation on the ground as much as we are doing our own. They're compiling their report as much as you are compiling our own report to look at, was the tabernacle placed in a wrong place? Because we requested them for reparation and recompensing of the damages done to the Nyabingi tabernacle and of relocation. I'm very much in favor of relocation. I've been to Ethiopia from 2004. Was given scholarship by Abuna Paulos. I stayed for 2 years. I understand Ethiopia, and I know that Shashamane is the most dangerous place in Ethiopia and the most hostile. So I don't do the sugar coating in the name of, oh, it is Ethiopia, is our heaven. No, the devil comes from heaven too. If you read your Bible, the devil came from heaven and rebelled from heaven. So I don't get caught up in this fixation as if we are living in a linear time. We are not. So right now there are mafias, there are criminal elements, there are people, there are about 15 litigations that I family in Shashamane has put before the court in Shashamane. And those litigations, mafias are buying the case, mafias are buying the judiciary, mafias are perverting and subverting the law. So the family, and coming from apartheid South Africa, where we know the power of the international community, that at one time we relied on the international community to put pressure on apartheid South Africa. We relied on the international community to protest, to place sanctions in place. So I understand the power of international mobilization, and hence the first reaction was to mobilize an international pressure against this and to halt and put a moratorium on the destruction of the tabernacle. So we said with the ambassador, we even have a view that we need to have a continual engagement monthly and biannual. Hence, we are meeting again next week in order to come up with an amicable solution, even if it means we have to relocate the community from Shashamane to a more favorable geography in Ethiopia, whether in the heartland of the Amhara people who are less or who will be less hostile to I family in Ethiopia. Because the Shashamane, the Oromos, they don't want the Lion of Judah flag. They don't want, they don't deal with the Solomonic dynasty. They don't deal with Haile Selassie. They don't deal with Emperor Menelik II. They have their own issues. So whatever solutions we come up with for Shashamane always happen to be a temporary solution to a permanent problem. So we're looking for a permanent solution to the problem of Shashamane so that we don't find ourselves in this situation. When we rise up and try to protect our family, we are seen as if we are standing up against Ethiopia. Like I've mentioned, the Ethiopia that we are loyal to is Haile Selassie Ethiopia. This other Ethiopia of other communists and socialists and all of these Democrats and all of these ethnical politics, we're not into that. You know, we have the same politics in South Africa. We don't have time to leave ethnical politics in South Africa and go and join ethnical politics in Ethiopia. We are into the Ethiopian family in Shashamane. That is our primary concern. And we're doing this in diplomatic engagement on their behalf. And therefore, we have agreed to meet on the 13th. So we are going on the 13th to have a meeting with them. Right now, we have put the international protest on hold. I have requested the Rasta who were in charge of the petition to withdraw the petition also, so that we can give diplomacy a chance. And we are confident that something will be resolved through that diplomatic channel, but we are not going to be blind about it, because we also understand that the enemies, Ethiopia has many enemies over the years historically, but they have just heightened now. So we are also aware that the enemies of Ethiopia might use this particular incident, CIA and all of these type of unsavory elements. They might use this position to try to tarnish the image of Ethiopia and turn us against Ethiopia, but we know that it wasn't the CIA that destroyed the tabernacle. It was the Oromo Shashamane administration. So therefore, we try to address them through the central government in Addis Ababa. And we have also expressed our misgivings and our doubts as to the ability of the central government to rein in the Shashamane administration, to bring them into order, to be able to discipline them and hold this thing. But if they are not able to do that, then we are going to take more and more actions. Like I said, that we are not going to sit down and wait for a genocide until genocide is committed in Shashamane and we start to rise up and do anything. We have to prevent any other situation. From you see a place of worship, a sacred space being violated, you know that the rest then it can just happen easy. Genocide, all of these type of things. I give thanks. And before I leave the platform, I would like to also introduce Empress Thandeka Makida, the 7th, Queen of the South, who is part of the delegation that is engaging with the Ethiopian embassy and who we have been working for years over many issues, you know, acquiring the rights for the citizenship of the repatriates, Congo guys, waiver, and so forth. So I'm just gonna request that she follow through after I, so that she can be able to add on where I've left, because we are engaging in this. It's a 7-man and woman delegation. So she's the only empress in that particular delegation. So she will give more appropriate information. Or she will add more into what we are saying, as she's part of the team. Give thanks and praise to the Most High, Emperor the First, Rastafari, and Empress Menenai.
Eli, Selassie the First, Most High, Rastafari. Ras Chairman, Ras Amlak, am I allowed to reason?
Yes, Queen of the South. I just wanted to make that interjection that there's someone not muting their mic. I've been asking them, please mute their mic. If you do not mute your mic, I will remove you from the reasoning. Please pay attention to your mic and your video. Ras Ioannis, please mute your mic. I don't know why I'm not able to mute it. Ras Reason, please, will you mute your mic if you're not speaking? Empress, would you please go through while we sort out these things? Give thanks.
Thanks. Blessed be the name of the Most High, Kedemawe Hills Selassie, Most High Rastafari, even unto his divine queen, Empress Menenai. Give thanks for this reasoning today, to reason about INI supporting Ethiopia and INI supporting Rastafari in Shashamane in Ethiopia. First of all, INI affirm that the reason why INI is gathered and INI is taking time and INI is engaging with the Ethiopian embassy is that INI are sure, that INI affirm that Ethiopia is INI fatherland. Ethiopia on its fullness is that land that is the holy land for INI, like what General Tautau said, even Dr. Ya Asantiwa Ethiopia is Ainai Holy Land. When Ainai grew up here in the south, the first time Ainai hear about Ethiopia, and I hear about Ethiopia in the Nkosi Sikelel' Africa, then the national anthem for freedom fighting. And in the Nkosi Sikelel' Africa, it says that Ainai pray for the Horn of Africa, that Ethiopia can be uplifted, that the Holy Iris can land again. So Ainai question when Ainai is young, why is Ainai not, Ainai national anthem not singing about South Africa, but it's singing about Ethiopia? And Ainai are told that Ethiopia is that land where the holy part of Ainai, the holiness, the beginning of Africa is. And of course, the history show Ainai that Ethiopia was that place that never get colonialized. And indeed, it became that place that is the beacon for African unity. So Ainai are strong in the stand that Ainai will not allow the forces of the West to support Ainai, to use Ainai disgruntlement with what is happening right now in Ethiopia, to dash down Ethiopia, because that Ethiopia is the only place Ainai have, even in the West, when they say Ethiopia has given Ainai a king, therefore Ainai will not bow to King George, Boy George anymore, because Ainai have a king. Indeed, it is that place where the Queen of the South, the first Queen of the South, Queen Makeda, the first Empress Queen of Sheba, Kandake, she returned with the seed that fell from Seth right unto Emperor Menelik I, because it is that land that was chosen, so that in this today, Ainai can stretch out Ainai hands unto the Almighty as the Ethiopians. I start like that because it's one of the key things, and I reason with the embassy of Ethiopia that together, and I don't want the West to say, look, the beacon of African hope, the beacon of African unity, the only country that never got colonialized, the only country, in essence, that held on to its roots and culture. Look now, the blacks, they are fighting against each other to bring it down. So Ainai will not form part of that. However, on top of that, Ainai must make sure that in Ainai yard, Ainai clean up Ainai self, and Ainai follow the teachings of His Majesty, which includes human rights for all. Therefore, Ainai strongly object and condemn the desecration of the holy grounds, especially in Ethiopia, the land that's supposed to be a refuge for all human faith. So Ainai say, no matter what had happened, it is not good that we saw a bulldozer bulldoze a tabernacle, tabernacle being holy land. Therefore, we ask of the Ethiopians, the Ethiopian government, because we are all Ethiopian, we ask of the Ethiopian government, first, they should recognize Ainai religion, if Ainai want to call it like that, but Ainai way of faith, which in this particular instance was in particular the Nyabingi. Like in South Africa, the faith of Rastafari is recognized as an official religion, official way of faith. Ainai must insist on Ethiopia to treat Ainai way of life as the same as they would treat the holy ground, so that in the future, even someone coming with a bulldozer will think twice about bulldozing, even if it's a wall of a place that is said to be a place of prayer. And I found a pleasure with the Ethiopian ambassador, head of mission that we spoke to. He also agrees with us. In fact, he stressed that it is law in Ethiopia to recognize all the religions, including the Nyabingi and whatever other cultural way of faith anybody has got. And anybody who disrespects that, I have got the law of Ethiopia with I. So I must push along those lines where I get all the legalities of being able to recognize first our way as a way of faith, because I is here praying to the Alpha and the Omega, because I believe, and it's our constitutional right, it's our human right to believe whichever way we want to believe, whether right or wrong. And which brought I to a case which I was not so comfortable to hear. The men say, it's possible that the Rastafari are in the wrong here. What do you mean it's possible that I is in the wrong? Look, I've never been to Ethiopia. I pray to the Almighty will give I strength for I to see Ethiopia before I pass in this earth. And what I saw, I don't know the politics or the story there, but he say it's possible that the people build the tabernacle or a part of the tabernacle on the other side of the boundary. So as a woman who's got land, I know that the issues of land are very sensitive. If the government is going to make a street that goes through your land, they've got to come to you and buy a piece of that land that they are going to convert to a street. So even I cannot go and build on the other side where it belongs to government. So the first thing that I need, and I have been getting documents, that I strengthen those documents that prove that I tabernacle, including the periphery, was on the right side. Yes, I did hear there's a number of brethren and sisters who are saying, no, what was in the wrong side was the sisters' quarters, which was then destroyed, but the tabernacle was in the right side. Maybe the wall was in the path of the road. So let I be firm about that. Even I are the people, children of the lawgiver. So I do everything within the law of the Almighty and within the law of wherever I is. So let I check that, because it makes I fight very difficult if I is going to fight only to find we are the ones who were in the wrong. Another part, still does not justify desecrating of a holy space. So that's why we start by confirming that all holy places must be secured. Then another part that I see disturb I, not only about Ethiopia, but about Jamaica, Scotch Pass, about here in South Africa, many such places where the place has been given to the Rastafari people, and then the place doesn't actually belong to the Rastafari people. Either the people don't take the title deed, they take it for granted that, you know, it's Bob Marley who gave it, or Rita Marley, and she'll always be a Rasta, so it's okay, we'll be here for long. And then 30 years, 40 years, 50 years later, a descendant who's got the right to the papers changes their mind. We've seen it all over. And in this case, it will be very painful for land that had been given by His Imperial Majesty himself to the people of the diaspora, only to find that the next governments, maybe even the people, maybe the tribe in that area, who may not be so friendly towards people who love Rastafari, want to change that. The lesson there is that I have to be a little bit more organized, and I have to be a little bit more centralized, so that I can secure whatever I have already gotten for the future generation. Which then brings us to the only conclusion, that when I look at this whole thing, and I say, okay, we don't want to fight with the Ethiopians, we don't want to embarrass them because it's embarrassing ourselves. They love us, we love them, and yet there are things that are uncomfortable. The only conclusion I can come to is that I, as the Rastafari people, collectively, all mentions, everyone who call themselves by the name of Rastafari, must centralize, or rather organize and centralize. In fact, 1996, if my history is accurate, the United Nations already give Rastafari a status of a nation among many nations. So why is INI not operating like a nation? Why is INI in a situation where we operate as many nations, many organizations? So this is a very important step that INI must take. INI must resolve to operate as a nation from this point onwards, so that INI, or from the point of whenever the reasoning that's going to consult everybody very soon, so that INI as a nation can protect our common wealth, like the land that we've been given, the ITAL standard, the cannabis itself. We find the world benefiting from cannabis and very few Rastas benefiting, because INI have not organized ourselves and centralized ourselves as one Rastafari nation. Then also, it's not only to protect the Commonwealth, but it's also to address common challenges. We've seen in Jamaica some young lady, her hair being cut in the police. In South Africa, another one being cut. In Malawi, another one being cut. We've got common challenges. Let INI come together to form a nation, and those common challenges will be lesser, heavy, a burden on each of INI. And then lastly, a common one Rastafari nation allows us to also tackle common programs. We don't have to be reacting towards common challenges or fighting for our commonwealth, but we've got common programs, trading together. We've got common programs, cultural exchange, the diplomatic desk. Everyone who wants to come to Africa, who wants to repatriate, goes through the same challenges. Why is INI not having this diplomatic desk that I remember Sister Ya was being reasoned about? Mama Moses was there, Ras Makushi was there. 2012, Ras Mantula was there, but INI haven't done anything about it. So this, what happened in Ethiopia, is a wake-up call. INI must form this nation, one Rastafari nation for all of INI. Give thanks and praises to the Most High. Sila.
Selassie Jah, Rastafari, give thanks to the Queen of the South. A resounding presentation. I love that, Empress. How did I come forward from Raskuri in Ethiopia? Raskuri, are you there, Raskuri? Raskuri, we're gonna try and deal with the brethren that are in Ethiopia. Raskuri, are you there? We cannot hear you, Raskuri. Can you please unmute?
Eli.
Selassie Jah,
Rastafari. Blessed be the Most High. The Maha Eli Selassie, I will live it and reign it forever and ever. As the mountains are round about Ethiopia, so is the Most High around INI. I will never suffer INI for to be more. Behold, he that keep INI will neither slumber nor sleep. I Selassie is I keep, I Selassie I shade upon thy right hand. By his protection, the wicked shall never smite us by day nor by night. Most High Eli Selassie shall protect INI. Guide INI and I shall the not from this time and forth, even forevermore. Eli.
Make the Jews get shake.
Eli.
Rastafari.
Yes, I give in thanks and give praise, yeah. I this strong did make some visit to to different offices here, in Addis Ababa and in Shashamane. Yeah, in Addis Ababa we went forward to the Urban Development Bureau, and we were there with a delegation. Yeah, and we did the reasoning with the head of the department there. The report, it wasn't finished at that time, and he told us that we must make an application and that we would get the report of what was their decision from that office. He also led us to another office, which is the planning department, who did the road. And what they are saying is that a church, a place of worship is, that is not the way of the government, So they will look into it. And we have a meeting with them on Monday. We're supposed to get forward the report. Yeah. On returning to Shashamane, and I also went to the prosecutor's office from Addis Ababa. They gave a number, and that we must speak to one in the office in Shashamane. So we went and we speak to him, and he showed that it's very bad if it's a church, and if we have anything paperwork that stated that it's a church, in which the water bills and the bills for the property is stated Rastafari Church. So it's the Rastafari Nation Church. So with that, he told us we can open a case from the civil level if there is a grievance there, an action that was taken which was against the law. We can open a civil suit at the local Warada court, at the low court, and then it will go up, right? So we went and we speak also to a lawyer. The lawyer said that we must take an estimate of all the damage, of all the damage that took place, and from there, I can pursue a case. In his term, it's shameful. Yeah, so that's the legal process, And even before, from 2018, it was that they supposed to deal with I based upon the religious rules and regulation of the land. Yeah, so we will pursue it in that level, But the diplomatic, what the ones that are doing is good. If it can bring changes on the ground, then yeah, we welcome. But within the whole thing, the legal process, I think it's it is good to go that way by the law, So I give thanks and give praise, and I will continue the work this coming strong. Yeah. And we just need to find out how much the estimate is. And from the estimate, then we know how much would be the fee for the lawyer within this region here, how they operate. Yeah, so yeah, give thanks, Rastafari. Any question, one can even ask, and yes, Rastafari, Yele I, Selassie I the first, Yele I, Selassie I, Kadama in the ghost and the gas more and better is Nebnegede Yahuda.
I pray they give thanks, Raskori, Rasbukir as the chair. When he said Haile High, we like everyone to unmute their mic and say Haile High, Selassie. This is a Naya Bingi platform. We want everyone to cooperate with that. Go again, Raskori from Ethiopia. Haile High.
Haile High, Selassie I the the goose and the gas, more and better is Nebnegede Yahuda, Sium Exeabier. Yes, I. So, yeah, give thanks for the strength, give thanks for the support, Yes, so I give thanks, so within I works, and I not alone. When them come and think it's just I we have a nation road creation. So, yeah, give thanks. And, what they are them doing is good. So, even the law here will work more efficient, and the things on the ground will work more efficient. And yeah, we stay on it, you know. And if we go the judicial way, it will cost some funds, you know. But once you have won, then it would have to be reimbursed, you know. And yeah, it's very hard, you know, to see things like that, you know, and knowing that we've been in consultation with different mayors over the years, and they always show us road doesn't go to a place of worship, you know. So to see this time they come like that, you know.
Yo, before one's moving.
Ras Mukape, wait until you are identified. Don't just burst out. Can you let Ras Kure finish first before we go on to the next person? Please, we have been very peaceful so far.
Ras Amlak,
Yes, Tau.
I have my hand up.
Yes,
for a question for
I
Ras
can see, but
All right.
before your hand, Queen Ifea Seals hand was up before you. And let me recognize her before I go on to Ras Mukape and the Ras Tauto. Empress Ifea, you had your hand up. Can you go forward, please?
Yes, I give thanks and Isis. Can they hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Yes, all glory to Anai's divine majesty, Haile Selassie I, and Anai's most royal highness Empress Menen Asfa. Yes, many remembrance has been brought into this group here, and I applaud Ras Amlak and Ras Buki for providing a space for Anai to discuss pertinent matter relating to Anai's family, Rastafari, and particularly the Nyabingi. I'm resonating in Queen Tandeke's reasoning, and it's something that I have been emphasizing within Anai's personal space and within Anai extended space of the importance of the organization and the centralization of Anai's family. Because even though I recognize that there are systematic oppression within Anai's family, if I were stronger and more united, I probably wouldn't be experiencing some of these issues that I are experiencing at this time. And I want to strengthen the recommendation that have been made from many quarters, and particularly today, as the Queen of the South spoke, and also Queen Mother Catherine Howell, who have emphasized that throughout our communication throughout time, the importance of the united approach to the many issues that I and I are experiencing as a family and within the human family. It's hard, and myself have experienced some of it to some extent as Rastafari growing up in the Jamaican society. I'm re-emphasizing it to say, how will I and I approach this solidarity in terms of the centralization and the organization of the family? This is something that has been echoed throughout time. We have had several groups. I'm recounting the 1983 RITA conference that was held up at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica. 22 pointers came out, and up to today, I and I seem as though I and I are reinventing. We are very much aware of the plights that has been affecting our family across the board. I and I met here, I and I are in the space that is titled Global Reasoning. And I remember the audience work that I and I did in bringing the family together under the umbrella of the Rastafari Global Reasoning in 2003. And the recommendation that came out of there, the reports, the same, similar to the ones that came out in 1983, 2005, as Ras O'Shane mentioned, and all the work leading up to where I and I are today. How much of it have I and I been able to apply to I and I self, and what is preventing I and I from applying these recommendations, these very crucial recommendations that have been made by I and I's family throughout the years. And I need to find that out, figure that out, because there's something that is hindering this and putting us into the situation where I and I is at today. So in doing all of what I and I are doing, and I want to recognize Ras Corey for the awesome work that he's doing and the others, Ras Kabinda and the family there and the Shashamane land, in upholding and keeping the space alive for I and I, because that is indeed I and I's heaven within the heavens. And I want to recognize their eyes work. I love it. So in going through this process here, within my heart of heart, as someone who have been journeying in the Rastafari for over 45 years, that I would love for I and I to come to a consolidated decision as to how I and I will pool all of those resources together in enabling I and I to be more effective and stronger in moving forward, in securing I and I's ancient legacy as I and I move along the way for generation to come. Give thanks. I fake love in the house, Rastafari, live and reign forever.
Selassie, I give thanks, Empress Althea, matriarch in the community, daughter of Irie Irons, who was on the Harar trad and treading from an ancient time, and who the government had cut his beard while he was in the hospital. That was an atrocity against Rastafari also that we should mention in this forum, that we totally condemn, and we also want to seek legal action against those who committed that atrocity against I and I ancient Ras Irie Irons, and we give condolences to the family, and respect so much for Mama Yancy and Queen Althea. Now I see some hands up.
Aluta, to the chair. Aluta. Before you go there, let all mic unmute and say, Eli. Selassie. Eli.
Selassie.
Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, and Empress Menen family.
Yeah, man. Glorious.
It's true, Amlak, because
Rastafari.
it's to cut in just a little bit, it's a science. It's a science that is taking place within I and I's family. And I know, and I live the power of the Nyabingi drums. When it speak, and I have evidence of the power of the Nyabingi drums and the fire. And that, I don't know if the guys know that there's a what they call a 21-day Nyabingi that is being coordinated in St. Lucia. What is the purpose? How does it consolidate within this that I and I are trying to get done here? And the oneness is so, so important. When Their Majesty spoke and said, unity is the accepted goal, and that one for all and all for one. And I add, working in that manner, there can be no failure. Those are not mere words. Those are scientific words that have impact in the world within I and I's events. And I have to find a way to utilize them as best as I and I can. Give thanks and Isis.
Yes, I give thanks once again. As I said, I have 4 hands up right now. We'll take those quick questions and then we'll go on again to the speakers, especially those in Ethiopia and Ras Mukape in Tanzania who are on the ground. So let's take the 4 questions that are the hands up. which is Ras Tauto, Ras Ocean, Empress Kathy Howell, and Junior Negos. Let's take those 4 hands and then we'll go forward again to speakers.
Rastafari.
One.
Rastafari, Jewish big. But I think I'm on was up before those ones.
No,
Macabre
no,
Selassie.
no. I can see on the screen. I have a gallery screen. So I write down whose hands go up in order. So just please.
But I was told that I would speak after this is speak. And then no, yeah, till I say 4 next ones about speak.
Can you just hold 1 second, Ras Macabre? It's not going to take 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Rastafari.
Yeah, Ras Tauto, what was your question to Ras Kuri?
All right, give thanks, Rastafari. Bless up, Ras Macabre. Habari zenu ndugu yangu. All right. My question to Ras Kuri is on that level of legal route. That do we have a credible lawyer in Ethiopia who will not be?
Rasta, my connection is not that good. It cut out. Rasta.
Ras Macabre, wagwan.
Go ahead, Ras Tauto. Go ahead.
Yes, I give thanks. My question to Ras Kuri is about the lawyer system in Shashamane. The same concern we had to the Ethiopian embassy on Monday, the same concern I still hold very much, considering the federal politics of Ethiopia, which basically is just a federation of tribes or a tribalism federated. So my question is, do we have credible lawyer around Shashamane or in Shashamane who will not work for both sides? In places like Ethiopia, xenophobia is institutionalized. It's no surprise that an Ethiopian will rise up in court and ask the magistrate, if you're going to listen to this foreigner over me. But also it is no surprise that we can have a lawyer who is also bought by the opponent and who's working against us. I'm just concerned about that because we have placed before the Rastafari family 2 options to deal with this issue, diplomatic and legal route. Now, if we are exploring the legal route, can we find a lawyer probably in Addis who overstands and has a jurisdiction in Shashamane and who can be handle this and who is beyond reproach and who is incorruptible? Because I have heard in the report of Ras Kuri, one of the things I think she did mention is about a legal team that seems not to be focusing on its duty. So my question is, as we are preparing the legal battle, and we are talking about the war chest, that we need to mobilize the global Rastafari nation and establish a war chest, because legal battles are costly battles. Lawyers need to be paid. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Yes, Ras Kuri. Ras Kuri, did you hear the question?
Yes, sir.
Right, and before we start, Ras Kuri, please, could you make your questions short so that we can move on with the speakers? Ras Kuri.
Yes, sir, Rastafari. Yes, give thanks. Is the lawyer, I have a lawyer that I've been using, many a times one encroach upon our property, and I have a lawyer that I've been using. Yeah. So, and even other brethren who have case that other lawyers was on it and the other side won, but it have to, it wasn't legal. And the lawyer that I use, he went and he straightened it up, because sometimes even here when you have a lawyer, you have to have that support, like the community or his tribe within a area. So like that, some of them they don't have that backative. I see many a times when we go to court, sometimes if they're trying to intimidate, and he would come with a soldier or someone, you know, because he have that right for protection. Yes, so, and based upon how the lawyer here, because they speak Afan Oromo, which is the language of the court, is in Afan Oromo. Yeah. Yeah. Haile Selassie. Yeah. You know, the language of the court is in Afan Oromo. So the lawyer that I use, you know, you speak, you know, English too. But if within a collective they decide, you know, you have to get a good lawyer, you know, experienced lawyer in the law system. So that is it, and whatever damage that was created, the lawyer would, I think they charge something like 15% for that damage. Like if it's $1 million, maybe it costs you, if it's $1 million there in damage, they would cost somewhere around 150,000, something like that. If it's 100,000, like 15,000. That's how they work to give their life. Yeah, that's how they get paid. So yeah, you know, even lawyer that I talk to, they're very confident that, you know, this is a shameful act, even as a judge before. You know, so yeah, this is the situation, because we are waiting to see, okay, the diplomatic movements would, they change what they're doing, but they're still carrying out their work straight ahead. You know, even in Addis Ababa, we try to ask them to let they stop and do the work until everything is corrected. They went, because as they come to the tabernacle, it comes on our side, you know, in which it's supposed to run on that one side straight down. But because at the end of that fencing, it's projecting halfway into the road. So when the water comes here, it's like it still end up in the middle of the road. So they couldn't run it on that side. Our side, where we move the tabernacle, we move the fencing all the way in. They use that side, and the opposite side, the houses are still, you know, people are still there, because people are resided in those property. On the tabernacle side, it's the part that was graded down was in the process of being covered, because from 2018 we've been in the process of refurbishing the roof. Yeah, and we speak to mayors before, and they told us whenever a road come and there's a church, it makes a T. You go left or right. You know, so yeah, give thanks. Haile Selassie first.
Yes, give thanks, Raskuri. Empress Kathy Howell, you had a question for Raskuri?
Yes, I do have a question for Raskuri. Raskuri, you're aware that you are aware that we have a Shashamane task team going on. You are?
Right, I'm aware.
Okay, good. So I believe in accountability and transparency. And I would humbly suggest that you send us the name of the lawyer that you have consulted, his information, his address, his phone number, and his information. So those of us who have, you know, the learned thinker can check him out, because I can from this end. I can check him out from this end with a group of lawyers that I am dealing with right now, to see the kind of lawyer he is, and to know that the rest of our family on the ground also know who he is, and also the rest of us internationally that dealing with this TOS team know who he is. And if there was a situation that, of course, we all have to come together and chip in and to help, you know, his legal fee, then we can. But I would definitely want you to let us all know who he is, his name, his address, his phone number, and so we can all be accountable and transparency is provided so, you know, we can move forward. Thank you.
Yes, give thanks. That's a good idea. You can put your email in the chat, Empress Kathy, so that Raskuri can get it. You can send him to the chat and he can communicate the name, address, and telephone number of the lawyer to the Empress, and we can proceed as follows. Junior Negos, did you have a question?
Also, not just to me, but I would like him also to make that information be known to the Shashamane Task Force on the forum also, so ones and ones can know what is happening.
Yes, sir.
Are we clear on that, brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Blessed. Blessed
thanks.
Empress. Yes, Junior Negos, did you have a question for Raskuri?
Yes, ELI Global Foundation, you know, shouting out from the south, keep not back, rallying point, question. Raskori.
Junior Negos, could you unmute your mic, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
ELI.
ELI. Aye.
Okay.
Yeah, Raskori, I have a few questions. Sorry you missed my intro. I'm shouting out from the south, keeping that back. Where we are presently that we'd like to know. We give thanks for that lawyer, but we also wanted to know if there is an injunction being placed to secure any further damage and to bring that matter into the court. That is one question. My other question is, if not getting to which set of RASs was agreeing with the demolition of the tabernacle. When you went to meet with the department, they told you there was another set of Rastas who is in a line with the destruction of the property and referred to you and your delegate as troublemakers. We would like to know that. And my final question is, what is Sister Mama Desta's position on the ground in Shashamane, because she is a legal, so that's 3 questions, Raskori. And if you could try it, just be brief and answer the question itself, you know. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, so far I haven't heard from Mama Desta. Yeah. Another thing on the ground, as the one said, the JRDC ones, them, I think they were in the office. I think, I don't know if Ruben Kush went to the office. I don't know. But the one who bring the message at that time, you know, from a couple months ago, and we're in consultation with the mayor. So on that part, yeah, I don't know which one of them will go, but you hear the different, this strong, you hear different one make different statement, you know, have different emotion about things. So, you
and
know,
the final
they are
question.
not Nyabingi really, you know. Maybe they have different houses. So, yes, sir.
The final question is there a need to take out an injunction immediately to prevent any further destruction of the property?
Right now, within that legal, going the legal route, in which we've been doing like different investigation, going to different office. Yeah, even now went by as far as go to the police station to make a report in which he say that a crime wasn't committed. But even when I spoke to the prosecutor yesterday, he said that is, that's a crime to do anything like that. And for the amount of years that I were there, So, yeah, the injunction, even in this, we were telling them to stop the work that was going on outside, but they were just still working. So whenever the legal proceeding is settled, then the court would make its decision. And then, like how they come on a Saturday at 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's like a dark attitude. We can do it in the working strong. They will have to repair their damage back during the working days, So because at that time, whatever protection I need, the mapping and where the line is, they would have to come. The court would order them, and then they would put the line where it is supposed to be. And if it's
Rascorri,
Yes,
for
sir.
final clarity, Chairman, I'm asking, is there a need for an injunction? There needs to be an injunction placed in the court.
Right, that's what I'm saying, and that's why we went to the prosecutor office. Yeah, and he direct. So if the prosecutor not taking up, then you have to go from a civil level, and within doing that, we have to do the estimate of the damage, and that we could know how much it costs and how much would be the lawyer fee, and then
So the injunction is not
process of that
taken out
paper.
yet, right? There is no injunction. Okay, so I want the
There is no
family
injunction
to know
taken
that
out.
there is no injunction and we can't move forward until we place an injunction legally in the court. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a very good suggestion, Ras Junior Negos. Basically placing a stop order on all works that until the court decides what goes forward. And Empress Cathy Howell is saying, please give the information of the lawyer so we can keep abreast with the legal proceeding as it goes forward. Ras Hoshin, you have your hand up, and then we can go to Ras Mukape. Ras Hoshin.
Blessings, family. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the wonderful words of our sister Ifea, and also our sister, Mother Howell, Catherine Howell. Gratitude. Without gratitude, one has no dignity. And without dignity, you have no integrity. I would first like to commend Brother Corey for approaching it under the Ivine level. What I would want to further know is the group is also the different ministries and the different other organizations that you have been pursuing regarding, because obviously we all know the history of Shashamane. And those of us doesn't know it, we also know that His Majesty sent two things to the West, to those that was taken from the continent. One was the Ethiopian Real Federation, and one was the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo that was sent by him in order to prepare our people for the whole process of repatriation. That is why within the government, the Jamaican Parliament, when he visited in 1966, he made it clear to let them know that Ethiopians and Jamaicans, we are not just recent, we are blood from anciency to the time that we're now here in the 21st century. So I'd like to commend Brother Corey, because what is happening is diplomatic, government, right? And it's also church and state, as you know, because His Majesty doesn't separate church and state. And those that he was given the rights to practice according to their own ecumenical revelation that came to them, particularly the Rastafarians, the Rastaman in the Caribbean. And obviously we know that the Nyabingi, even I have come to the full from the day that we came into it from 1997, 98, that the Nyabingi has been one of our most empowered weapons, one of our most empowered, both spiritual, right? And also, military, because, you know, when you're in the jaws of the beast, you have to be highly spiritual and you must be militant. And Judy Nyabingi, I have seen the fullness of it and how much it has maintained the vibration, the heartbeat of what was needed. Mansions was a purpose. The great elders said to me, if they had gathered under one order, Babylon CIA would have annihilated them. So in diversity of mansion, it maintained the philosophy and teaching of His Imperial Majesty. And that is the solution to our problem, family. The philosophy and teaching of His Imperial Majesty. And the example of Empress Menen. So that's where we are. Wonderful vibration. We have the solution to our problem. When righteous Africans come together, the rest of the world will come to order. His Majesty, as his speech to the United Nations at the establishment of the corrupted League of Nations, we know exactly what to do, family. And it's within our capability to fulfill it, because all of us who is on this platform, we have over 25 years. Some of us much more, but I'm quite sure, as you see here, Sister Ifia has over 45 years. So you seem to tell me we cannot work this in righteously and diplomatically. Of course we can. And that is what we're going to do, family. So we're going to want all the institutions that you've been in contact with, Brother Corey, both the lawyers, Sister Howell said, and as what Rasniga said, in order to bring an injunction, there has to be a clarity that can only be brought from a legal position. So that is why the lawyer wants certain information quickly so that he can put in an injunction, right, while we work it in. And we're going to do it from the highest order of His Imperial Majesty, the divine order. And that is how we're going to win. Gratitude is what it's all about. Gratitude, family. Love and appreciate love.
Yeah, man. Selassie, Ras Ocean. Ras Mukape, are you there, Ras Mukape?
Yes, Rastafari. I Selassie the first, never leave.
Go ahead, go ahead.
We're not hearing him.
Ras Mukape? Ras Mukape, are you there?
I balance. Yes, I am here.
Yeah,
go
ahead. Go ahead.
Connection is not so default. I am going ahead, Rasta. International protest has been postponed. See, does that say, for example, there'll be no protest by Rastafari on the 16th of June at Ethiopian embassies globally. And when was that decision made?
What decision?
Wait, Ras Mukape, I don't know if you were here earlier when Ras Tautau said that there was a meeting with the Ethiopian embassy in South Africa, and there is further talks on Monday the 13th that is coming forward, and it is still on the board to have the protest. We're going through negotiations with the embassy of Ethiopia in South Africa, and what they are putting on the board is speaking with the central government to bring this thing to an amicable resolution. So it is not that it is just canceled. As Ras Tautau said, I don't know if you were here earlier when Ras Tautau gave his presentation of the meeting that he was in with the Ethiopian embassy in South Africa, but he said that there will be further talks on Monday. So it's not that it is canceled. There is a reasoning and negotiations being held. So be aware of the information as it is being given on this platform as we go ahead. Ras Mokape, could you continue, please?
Chairman, the march is called off for the record. The march is off.
Okay, thank you for that information, Junior Nigos. Ras Mokape, are you still there? Ras Mokape? Okay, at this time, we would like Ruben Kush, who is on the ground in Ethiopia. Ruben Kush, are you there? Ras Ruben Kush. Ras Ruben, are you there?
Rastafari, Ilia Selassie first.
Yes, Ras Mokape. Go ahead, Ras Mokape. He seemed to be having technical difficulties as he is calling from Tanzania, and I'm not sure they have the best internet connection in Tanzania. Ras Mokape, are you there? Okay, at this time, I would like Ras Pennycook to say a few words about the foundation of the Ethiopian World Federation.
Disconnected. See?
Yeah,
Ras Mokape. That's why I'm saying I did ears.
Your connection is very spotty, my brethren, and it's going in and out. Could you please put your question in the chat because your connection is going in and out? Ras Pennycook, could you give a background on the Shashamane land grant and how it was related to the Ethiopian World Federation? Because we have to know our foundation to know where we stand legally.
Okay. Africa awaits its creator and its creation. All right, so that in mind, Solomon Wolf, great elder, left Jamaica in 1968, came to America, and then now continued on his way to Ethiopia. 1969, all right. He took with him 10 Jamaican families and 2 Black American families for a total of 12 families. And then now the land grant was settled in their names, and with local number 43 being responsible, and Solomon Wolf being put in charge of the land grant. He was the one you go to if you wanted to come, and then now you get land, you go to Solomon Wolf and you would get land. That's what he was appointed to do, right? So
question quickly, Ras Pennycook, what year was that?
1970. June 30th, 1970, a glorious day that should be celebrated in the Rastafari tradition, because it is our own Rastafari brethren that was elevated to government representation, becoming a government official, the first time in history that happened, And then now His Majesty appointed him as a member of his government, meaning that Ethiopian World Federation is a part of his government. But he now appointed Solomon Wolf to be in charge of that. And then now a lot of things happened since then, communism, all kind of things happened that slow it down. And then now in the year 1992, Solomon Wolf was told that you can't really represent the land without the headquarters. So he then now proceeded to find out about the headquarters that was dormant. And then now he went about motivating us to revitalize the headquarters, which he did. And it was certified by the Supreme Court in the year 2000. So for Y2K, it was certified. That means the unity of the Black race. And then now he went ahead now and presented his plan to the Ethiopian government for Sheshimane. All right. Now, his plan for Sheshimane, I sent it to you in documents, quite a few of them, maybe as much as 12 different documents, but a lot of them is just one page, half a page. So it's not so hard to read it. But I'm gonna need for, let us say, ones who get it to read it, and then I can discuss what it is saying, because the way we recommend that it should be read, you can read the preamble of the Constitution, which is the first document we sent. So you just need to read the preamble, and then you can read the rest of it at a different time. So the preamble of the Federation kind of says it all. And then after that, now you read the Queen's statement about money for repatriation and reparation. And then now you read the 1961 report of Mortimer Planner on his trip to Ethiopia and 4 other African states. And then now, when you finish that now, you realize that that is what the Queen was talking about, because she said in her statement, because of the 1961 report and the favorable response it received, my government has a, let us just call it what it is, $140 million set aside for that thing to resettle Jamaicans from African descent in Africa. All right. She needed a report from the African governments to say that, yes, they are ready to do it. And then now she would release the money. So in 1962, a technical report was sent from Africa through the Jamaican government. And then now that technical report was the answer to what the Queen had asked for. But for some reason, it was never released to the public. So that 1962 technical report that came from His Majesty to us, to tell us how repatriation worked, because it needed steps. So he sent it to us. And then now, the government of Jamaica, well, they changed from PNP to JLP. That was the year of the referendum. And then they changed from federation to independence. So they killed 2 birds with 1 stone by just getting rid of federation and so on and so forth. All right. So that 62 report is very significant, because in it, it says that a 2-bedroom house with kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room, all of them things there, veranda, back porch, all of them things there, 225 pounds. Now, this is a report, that comes to us from the technical delegation that was sent to Africa by the Jamaican government. So when they are telling you these things, that means that them don't check it out already, and everything in the report is very true. So in the report, it says to get a 2-bedroom house with all of the amenities we mentioned, 225 pounds. Man, I cried when I read this report the first time, because we didn't get this report until 2010, when the University of the West Indies graciously released it in a document called The Reports. And in that document, they released the 1960 report, which I didn't mention. That is the report on us, the Rasta movement, what it is we are all about. And then now the 1961 report, and then now the 1962 report. So that document called the reports, it has the 60, 61, and 62 reports in it. All right. So I recommend that everyone try and read it, and if they can, request it from the chair, and the chair can send it to you. Now, what happens after that now is that there is the Sheshimane project, and then now the Human Rights Project. All right. Now, the Sheshimane project is about the land and the plan that was presented to the government by Solomon Wolf on our behalf, on the Black peoples of the world behalf. That include those in Sheshimane too, meaning the Oromo. Yeah, they are Black people of the world, and the Constitution says the land is for the Black people of the world, and it didn't say except those in Sheshimane. No, it didn't say that. So that we must understand that we are one all over the world. All right, so the Sheshimane project and the Human Rights Project kind of detailed our work as we see it for this mission, reparation and repatriation. And then now there are letters of support from the federal, regional, the mayor of Sheshimane, and the Africa Union, 4 letters of support for the project. And then now the AU, Africa Union, has prepared a terms of reference for the project. So that is what I sent to you, right? Solomon Wolf report, the preamble, the Queen's statement, the 61 report, the 62 technical mission report, our report, which is the Sheshimane project and the Human Rights Project, with the letters of support from the federal, regional, the mayor of Sheshimane, and the Africa Union for the project, and then now the terms of reference for the project. So the reason why I'm gonna need someone to read all of those documents is so that we can have a conversation. It makes no sense for me alone to know what is in the documents and I try and tell the people what is in it. No, that is stressful. It is much better that we get it and then take the time to read it. And then now I think we will be ready to have a useful conversation as to what is needed, and then we can proceed. I will pause right here and say, if there are any questions, I will gladly try to answer them.
Yes, I give thanks, Ras Pennycook. I emailed quite a few people, about 15 to 20 persons, the documents that you sent. The first set regarding the 1961 minority and majority report by the government and by the 3 races. I would like a show of hands right now of who got those emails. I called Empress Ifia to ask her if she actually got the emails. Anyone else that is here right now that can say, I know I sent it out to Sister Walete, Walete Gabriel, persons here who I can see. Did you get the email, Empress Walete Gabriel?
Where was it coming from?
It's coming from alutamusic@gmail.
Lupa Music. And what date did you send it?
Day before yesterday.
All right, that would have been the 9th.
Are you seeing it?
I don't see anything there for the 9th, but hold on.
It's forwarded from Ras Pennycook.
Oh, right. Okay, let me see. I didn't see any emails in my box from Ras Pennycook.
It's an attachment.
Yeah, I'm looking. I can't see one.
Okay,
Let me have a look in my junk. I'm going to have a look in my junk now.
Okay, I'll send it again.
Chairman.
Yeah, 1 second, June and Ingas. Let's deal with this. Put your emails in the chat so I can resend it to those that I have so far, and I will continue sending it throughout this week, that in subsequent meetings we can have the discussion. We are going to discuss a bit of it from what I read about the reports of the mission from 1961 and how it is relevant to today and what is happening, what we're discussing. There is a hand up before you, Junior Negos. Ras Hoshin had his hand up. Let Ras Hoshin proceed first, and then we can come back to your question, Ras Junior Negos.
Thank you very much, Chair. Brother Pinnacle, just as how Solomon Wolf was pioneering the work as it relates to the development of Shashamane, and those that returned back at that time, 69, 68, and the 12 persons that all their names was actually put on the Lang Taiko. And on it, you had Brother Brissett at number 1, Brother Solomon Wolf, number 2, and the rest of the name went down to right down to 12 as the official receiver of the Shashamane land grant, and to be able to get access for land. As you know, it was His Imperial Majesty that came and met them on the land. And it was Brother Brissett that went and received the full title, which I'm not sure if you're aware that all of Brother Brissett's document has been returned to the church through priest Haile Malakat Dobson. And when one keeps on referring to 43 as being local, 43 is Empress Tayutu. She's the patron head of it, which means that in the absence of her not being here, both Empress Menin charter that one refers to and Empress Tayutu, it goes back to the church, as you know. And that is how it has always been, because it's always been our patron rulers were all in the same fate as His Imperial Majesty, as you know. They all followed the same fate. So I just wanted to add that, my brother, because I didn't hear you mention Brother Brissett, which we've been working with him since 2006, and all the different documents that you make reference to. We've had them in possession, and we know the fullness of it. And what you said, it is very significant. It is very significant because everything that took place then is what is now coming together as we now speaking about the whole reality of Ethiopia, Shashamane, and the role of those who followed the philosophy and teaching of His Imperial Majesty, when His Majesty only sent two things: the Federation and the Church. All right?
Yes, I give thanks, Rastafari. Junior Negos, your hand is up. Junior Negos, can you hear me? Please unmute, Junior Negos. Unmute.
Yes, give thanks, Chairman. I'm just saying, as the Secretary of the Global Reasoning and the second Vice President for the EWF Legal Counsel, I'm requesting, Chairman, that you send those documents also, because I was the one who presented the EWF at the conference 2010 in UAE, but I don't remember those documents. And at that time, Brother Brissett turned over all his documents to the university. So I'm not sure. So please, Mr. Chairman, LPH Foundation at Yahoo, let me see those documents if I have them. Give thanks.
Yeah, do you did you put your email in the chat, Junior Negos?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wanted to say to Brother Penny Cook as well, Chairman, if we can have time, Chairman Rasbuki, to arrange a EWF meeting on the global with Brother Penny Cook so that we can sort out and get some serious sorting out with the EWF, you know, because Brother Penny Cook knows a lot, and with him, the splinter, how many heads EWF in New York, how many different international council needs to sort out around Brother Penny Cook. So
Yes,
Chairman of the Global, please look into the EWF so that we can get more intricate information. What is splintering up this EWF? Thank you.
Yes, that is a very good. That is a very good. Raspuki?
Yes, Aluta. On Thursday, we will have office meeting for global reasons. So on Thursday, we will have another meeting for this to continue with this topic on Thursday. Aluta, that's a suggestion too.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Empress Kathy Howell and then Ras Jonas.
Yes, greetings, Brother Penny Cook. You remember me, Sister Catherine? We sat in so many meetings and during 2007 situation with all the situation that was going on down there in Shashamane. Brother, I will agree with you about the land grant situation. It was being governed and supposed to have been governed under non-profit organization, which like the EWF and the church. So to see that the land has been falling into the hands of a person or people, that really leaves a very bad taste in my mouth. And you see where this whole confusion now started, because we are dealing here with spirituality, church, governance. And here we're looking at land grant where people are saying, oh, this is mine and I'm going to sell you this and I'm going to sell you that. You know, it is ironic, but we have to understand that you do not buy land in Ethiopia. It is being leased. And how many of us really understand that? I mean, I have gone to Ethiopia and have sat down with people in governance, and it was already established to I that if I needed land in Ethiopia, I could lease it for 100 years. I've even sat around the round table and says to ones and ones, so what in 100 years if I have children or family? He says, well, it's up to you, my sister. But land is not being sold in our country to anyone. And so this is where this problem came in. We saw what is going on right now, and it is the total misunderstanding and misconception of ones and ones who have gone down to Ethiopia and want to do things their way, not following protocol, not following procedure. We look at the tabernacle right now, and I sat with my dad years and years ago, and we had a talk about that. I mean, you know, when I started thinking about this whole scenario, it leaves such a bad taste in my mouth that I really don't want to become emotional, because I know Rasta has dissected himself in so many different mansions and call himself this and that and all different names, but we are all one people. We are all one people. We are Jarastafari children, and we can't run away from that. So when I even looked to see 12 tribes went and constructed a tabernacle and call it Nyabingi Tabernacle, I say to myself, so this tabernacle, is it for Bobo? Is this for, you know, and I could go on name. So I say to myself, who actually constructed the tabernacle in Shashamane? Was it the person who had called himself the leader of the 12 tribe group? And what was his name? And what was his concept? And what was he thinking? I mean, was not this supposed to be just a church for Rasta? So, you know, we have to stop and think. We have to stop and think about where all this madness started from. And until we sit down and think about the root of the problem, then the problem will never, never, never get fixed. And this, it is so important when His Majesty says to us, centralize. We have to unite together, you know, and we have to come on one as one people under one umbrella. We're not going to get it. We're not going to get it. And I pray to the Almighty God of Israel, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Elector of the world and Empress Benin, that we as Rastafarian now start having a different thinking and seeing things in the light and in love, that we are one. We are one. We are one. We are one body. We are one body. We are one body. And when we get to understand that, we will become a force that they can't pick us off like birds anymore, because we'll fly like the eagle. And we'll be watching the chickens them on the ground scratching. Give thanks. Rastafari Selassie. Hail the eye.
Selassie.
Hail the eye. Selassie.
Yes, sir. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks.
Aluta.
Yes, I.
Let's give a Eli special for Leonard Owell, the great Leonard Owell. Let's give a Eli for him special, sir.
Haile Selassie the first. Jah.
Haile Selassie.
Yes, sir. Yes, I.
Selassie.
Yes, I. Ras Yanis. Yeah, and is up. Ras Yanis, unmute. Unmute your mic, Ras Yanis. Ras Yanis.
Yes, greetings, yeah, can you hear, right?
Yes, yes, I.
Yeah, I use my mic on my phone, you know, because and I get a good frequency on the computer.
Okay, no problem.
I have a total different take on this Shashamane thing, but I would also like to remind everyone, Sister Owell is there. There's a history of what is known or what has become known as the Rastafari movement. And if one's got involved with something, because I do it for myself, I have to know where it's coming from. What is it about? Should I associate myself with it? And when I answer those questions, then I know what I'm dealing with. So history, the history of the Rastafari movement, if one's know it, will prove a lot. Because all these different groups or organization that was formed after the advent of Owil, Ebert, and Dunkley, them three men there. It's a phenomenon. The three of them come from, these three Jamaicans come from three different sections of this earth and come back to Jamaica between 1932 and 1933. And each of them have a different aspect of how them come to the conclusion of the divinity of His Majesty. Mr. Owil, all three of them went to prison and then went to the asylum. Why did they went to prison? For a charge named sedition. Sedition is a governmental charge. Them couldn't charge them for sacrilege because them didn't belong to a church. So when them say His Majesty is divine, or in those days His Majesty is your God and King, you don't have to wait for no Jesus again. Someone determined, some ones and ones, through lack of knowledge and colonial Christian religion, someone just put it in and say, well, is Jesus returned? But I never hear Mr. Owil, Mr. Ebert, only Mr. Dunkley. It was said and recorded that him, out of them three men there, him was the man where I contemplate because I want to tell him, say, Jesus returned. I want everyone to know those history. Mr. Dunkley was a shipman. We called him a Jamaica ride ship. He's a sailor. And him say, on him way to Jamaica. It's written down. You can go read it. Report on the Rastafari movement. Him say, when he was on him way back to Jamaica, him say, African was on board. I tell him, say, well, Jesus come back. And he's the king in Ethiopia that was crowned in 1930. And him saying, him contemplate that for about 2 years. And come to the conclusion, yes, that His Majesty is Christ's return. But if you check him whole history, him never built a church. Mr. Owil never built a church. Mr. Ebert never built a church. I know two out of the three of them, I know two of them personally. What I come to is this. Why have we neglected what these elders give us and turn what become known as the Rastafari movement into a church or a doctrine? Miss Owil is there. Her father deal with Mayal and Kumina. Hebert is a man, much Pocomania people and Mr. Hines. They move from out of that Afro-Christian tradition into the acknowledgement of His Majesty. Read the history, we have to know what I deal with. Now, certain entity enter the movement by His Majesty. I want everyone to think about it, And I don't want no one to think about no but biblical thing and say me a blaspheme. His Majesty never tell the one to say him is divine. It's I and I did that. Not knowing say we are the continuation of a thing named Ethiopianism, whereby Ethiopia to black people, to Africans, enslaved people, was the place that could give ancient historical background. And when I say Ethiopia, I get a feedback, you know, feedback. When I say Ethiopia, I don't really mean the geographical area today, modern Ethiopia. I'm talking the whole continent. If you look on the days when the Greeks then, because I don't find no name where the continent, people on the continent, they give them, they never even know them in a continent. It was a tribal place. The most advanced civilization on the continent was Egypt today. And the Greeks were the ones that defined the color, because they deal with color, they compare. A man named Diophanes. He was the first Greek was selling the watcher. The Ethiopians meaning burnt skin, dark skin, whatever. That's how them did see people. But when you look at that name, Ethiopia and Ethiopians, that's when you see the strong historical, ancient background of where we, who now become known as Rastafarians, however you want to describe yourself, as long as he's a Rasta, you say His Majesty is divine. We are the ones who inherit all of that and supposed to move Ethiopianism forward as Rasta. So I want them check Ethiopianism and check the history of the movement and see when all of these confusions come in. All of these have a name when man starts say the Nyabingi. What is the Nyabingi? When did it start up within the movement? Did it start with Owell Ebert and Donkey? Ask yourself that. And there's many movements that come up after that.
Yes, I.
So
Yes, I.
Give
thanks.
Yes, I.
Give
no,
thanks.
no give thanks. Me no give no thanks yet, man. Because me was steady. And this concern the EWF.
Okay.
And the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. I go ask anyone now. Are those two organizations, knowing the history of the Rasta, what become known as the Rastafari movement, are those two organizations Rastafarian organizations or organizations that His Majesty sent to the West, to those black people, Ethiopians, who see Christianity? Here is the church. Now you have an Ethiopian church for yourself. You don't have to create no Abyssinian Baptist church and all them things. Right? Now you have a church. Now I'm going to send you the EWF because ones and ones, you know, I like how Ethiopians abroad did stand up for me. So I'm going to send you this for all the black people of the world. When did Rasta pick up all of that? And we never build with self from with the elders them tell we Owell Ebert and Dunkley. So that's my question. I mean, this is Ethiopian World Federation problems now, you know. Those who say them is Ethiopia World Federation. You have Rastas can be Ethiopia World Federation. But His Majesty sent it on here for the black people of the world. So if we want to take it up, right, which is good and fine, why don't we go to the black peoples of the world, since we are do the movement, we are deal with the EWF. Go to the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, go to the black churches, remind them that this was sent for them. But we take it up. And we are fight for Shashamane, not knowing say that's a governmental thing, and until Rasta farm themselves properly and governmentally, government just going to use the higher. So we need the INT, and it's a whole heap of time we try INT. The last one was the ROC, Rastafari Organization Centralization. And what happened? We have to stop it. Organize as Rasta and know the history where you come from. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Yeah, man. Selassie, Ras Yohanes, I would say you're preaching to the congregation. All of us here are not here talking about dogma and whether this one is right or that one is right. We are here to try and make solutions to the problems that are posed before us. I myself, my baptismal name is Wulde Mariam. I was baptized by Abuna Ishak and Ixia the administrator of the Orthodox Church at Maxfield Avenue. Under the advice of Brother Brissett of Local 43 of Waterhouse, which I am a member of the Ethiopian World Federation. I am also an avid chanter of the Nyabingi, and I was invited by the Bobo Shanti in 1993 by Emmanuel himself before he transitioned. So I grew up in the 12 tribes. My father was a 12 tribes member. But I put aside all the politics of every mansion for the progress of the work of Rastafari. I am not biased by one dogma or the other. I sit just to do the work here. This is Rastafari Global Reason. I was an attendee. I used to live in Mona Heights. And so when they had the 2003 Global Reasoning in UWI, I was there, and I was there every day, right? So when we say Rastafari Global Reasoning, it's an inheritance of the things that we've been doing since 1993. We were there in 1996. And as you know, people like Ras Oshin and Empress Ifia can attest, we were there from in the 90s. We helped to put together the Rastafari Youth Initiative Council, the earliest one of 1999 and the official one of 2004. So we know exactly what you're talking about. And we do not want to get the biases of the different houses, whether of EWF or whether of the Nyabingi or the Bobo Shanti or the 12 tribes caught up in the dogma of Rastafari and not doing the work. Right now, what is presented in front of us is that we were desecrated. I have been personally to Shashamane in 2009, and I've been to the tabernacle personally on the ground. And so we are trying to put together solutions, whichever direction, from the Ethiopian World Federation, from the Bobo Shanti, from the Nyabingi, even just as an individual Rastafari, our contributions are warranted and valued. And we want to put together a solution. Now, one of my solutions for the day, as in 2022, is to rally around Shashamane. And that's why this Zoom has been titled Stand with Rastafari. If you got an invitation, the invitation says, Stand with Rastafari. And as you see, we have the matriarch here, Kathy Howell, representing Leonard Howell, as his day is coming up on the 16th of June. Now, we propose that on the 16th of June, we have a hashtag Stand for Rastafari. We are not protesting against the Ethiopian government. We are not protesting against anyone. We are standing in solidarity with each other. Let this be the first step towards our global unity. Let us put aside all the ranks and files and the filing of discrepancies that we have. Let us focus on what is in front of us. What is in front of us is Shashamane. Let us use it as a rallying point to say, okay, this is one thing we can all agree on. Whether you say Haile Selassie ride on the wings of the wind, or you say His Majesty is a descendant of David and Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, regardless of the dogma that you put forward, we say, let us look to Shashamane as something that we can all agree on, that we need to unite towards Shashamane. And let us give our solidarity by putting our hashtag stand for Rastafari. I also propose right now that we do rallies, not protest, rally around Rastafari. We are not protesting anyone. We are only rallying with each other. We are standing for Rastafari, Rastafari in Africa, Rastafari in Southern America, Rastafari in America, Rastafari in the Caribbean. We are not opposing any group. We are standing with each other. So this is my proposal as a part of the solution for Shashamane, that in social media, in our stance, in our different societies, in our different countries, we stand for Rastafari. We stand with Rastafari. This is the campaign that I propose, that we continue and we fight for Rastafari. Now, under Abney Zion, you have your hand up. Can you go forward and unmute your mic, Abney Zion? And then we go to Ras Ocean.
Luther, also, Majesty, can you let them be short? The hands up, be shorter, please.
Yes.
And
Abney Zion, you're having problems with your device? Okay, look on your screen. On your screen, you should see on the right corner. You should see on the right corner of your screen, it shows you how to unmute. Or look on the left bottom corner of your screen. There should be a mic icon where you can unmute your mic. Can you see that icon? Okay, so oh, you're still not getting it? Okay, all right.
Can you unmute him?
No, I cannot unmute him. He has to unmute himself.
He can have the log off and log forward in.
Okay.
Because it didn't catch his mic when he came in.
Oh, probably. You hear that, Abney Zion? Log out and log back into the Zoom, and it will pick up. The app will pick up your audio. All right. Ras Mikey Pam, can you unmute?
Rastafari. Blessed. Yes, I give thanks. You know, it's an honor, first and foremost, to be here. You know, to be part of the trot. It's about time I and I come together, and a lot of words I've heard today, a lot of reasoning that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm getting across to you from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Honorable Mike Palm. I'm the spokesperson of RCC. So what I stand first and foremost, my Lord, I agree with you, Chairman, on the Stand for Rastafari movement that will coincide also with Honorable Howell's 8th day, you know, and I think it's something we can do annually too. And that's, for me, it's better than I and I protesting against Ethiopia, when we started the Sheshemani tax team, that was one of the first things I dropped on the wall there. Because what we're doing is nice and all that, but then Rastafari cannot be seen to be pitting itself against Ethiopia, no matter what's going on. You know, that's the way I say it. Because even in Africa here, I joke with Ethiopia. So I understand too that once and once from the living spirit, I will also say the way we say it, because that is our home. That is the essence. Of course, Ethiopia is the whole of our Africa, but Ethiopia, the home of the king itself, is a place we shouldn't be seen in any way whatsoever, joking with or being seen as fighting against, even perceived as fighting against. So I love this new dimension to the whole trot. I love it, and I really support it. You know, yeah man, Rastafari. And that brings me also to what some of the elders have talked about, because some of us coming up, we've always been looking forward to see how the elders have been doing it so that we can follow suit. But there's something that is unique here in Nigeria. You know, I've been around too. I've seen how things are done in some of the places. But here in Nigeria, the mansions and the houses are not really heavy. Nigeria is the most populous nation in Africa. But here, we don't talk about mansions, because we talk about Rastafari, because I cannot belong to something I am already part of. You know, because I see the division in it. Because some of the places I've seen it working, I see the division. So the truth, at the end of the day, you see that once and once are facing here, once and once are facing here, and man and man are looking the other way. So when the people we are trying to evangelize look at us, they don't see it. They won't understand that idea of oneness and one love and unity that we are known with and we are known for. And everybody talk about Rastafari about. So I really love to see, like most ones, they will also love to see when I will come back together as one, even if the mansions are still going to be there. But it's time we start looking beyond the mansions. And it's time also that we start actually evaluating the issues of the churchical aspect of Rastafari, Trod, and all that. That's why when Empress Marina and some of the them, them, when the issue of the African Rastafari new faculty of understanding came up, there were a lot of brilliant ideas that came in there. There was a lot of ideas that would have helped us, you know, reevaluate where we're going and then present a very common, formidable, and unassailable front that when you talk about Rastafari, everybody will know, yes, these are truly the followers of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie. Jah Rastafari. Blessed love, my love. Give thanks.
Eli, everyone unmute their mic and give that brother Eli for me. Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Give thanks for the word, son and power, son. Give thanks.
Yes. Yeah, Dr. Ya Asantua, you had your hand up earlier. I did see you. I saw that you put down your hand, but I had seen you and it's in mine. Go ahead, Doctor.
Blessed love. I somehow lost contact with the reasoning, but I have to say one of the things, you know, Royal House, that I'm really full joy about this is that tradition. But most importantly, you know, this issue of the EWF has to be sorted out, Royal House, because there's too many strands to this story, you know, and unfortunately, you know, we're not getting anywhere, because when we're even in this house, as I gather, you know, we're here in the WhatsApp group, you know, Chair, that the EWF is the one in charge. So anything that I are doing now, nothing can be done. And that thing needs to stop. It needs to stop, because it, you know, the EWF, with all of its great works and great ones that are sitting in this royal house, in my mind, the EWF has also failed I&I, and this thing of EWF being in control and being the only one who can make these solutions has held us back. And I believe that the meeting amongst the leaders of the EWF and the ones who are going to be leading I&I is a very important second step. So I am proposing to this royal house that we really, in our sealing up, the recommendations must be made, and they mustn't be too long and a list of recommendations. But I would like to concur with those who have spoken before that can the meeting with the EWF be one of a decisive one, where I saying that if the EWF is the one who is saying their administrator, whatever it is, can we now get some clarity on, does the Nyabingi order, the house, the tabernacle, does the tabernacle have to also fall under registration of the EWF? It's a very serious question that I'm posing here. So I am saying, and I'm pleading to the house royally and with humility, we cannot be doing this back and forth on whether the EWF is in charge and who is in charge. I just really and truly need to get to the bottom of solidifying the way forward, because that tabernacle belongs to all of I&I. And so if the EWF pulls rank and pulls power, outages, because there's a lot of that going on. If they're saying that, we can't support the works because the Taba is not under the EWF, which is not possible. I don't believe our royal house can be under the EWF. But I am just saying, and I'm asking the house in terms of recommendations, let this meeting with the EWF, in respect to the issue at hand, that we have certain decisiveness around that, because the Taba belongs to all Black people, especially I&I, the ones who call ourselves Rastafari. This is all I would like to present, because I feel that we need to be very, very proactive in terms of the way forward, and the recommendations must be sound. There is too many shady thing around leadership of the EWF that is causing all of I&I to fight amongst each other, because one member of the EWF is telling us who is the president, another member. So I'm pleading with you, Chair. I'm pleading with the Royal House. Let this be part of I&I recommendations going forward, because even as I&I meet with the Ethiopian, as the emissaries are going out to meet with the Ethiopian, we don't want a case where the EWF says we do not have legitimacy to now defend our royal Mecca, our own tabernacle. So these are the things that I just wanted to make sure I bring forward to the table, so that we don't miss this, because it is important. It is part of the reason why we have, as we say in Zulu, umsangano, we're having this confusion. It is part of the reason this confusion exists. So I know, Empress Ima Ethiopia has taught me about EWF. She's given me the insights of EWF. However, I believe that we need clarity, and we need clarity that will allow I&I to feel secure that when we are going to defend the Taba, we won't have these objections and other people saying that we don't have rights, and this is all I'm praying, my Lord and Empresses, that we can really, finalize this one. I give thanks. Rastafari.
Last
Black song.
King Rastafari.
Yes, Rastafari. Yeah, Rastafari. I Selassie the first.
Accepted goal indeed.
Yes, yes, give thanks, Dr. Yas and Chua. And it seems like one of the resolutions coming out of this meeting is that we need to have a meeting with the heads of the Ethiopian World Federation. As I said before, I am a member of the Ethiopian World Federation since 1997, under the local 43. Those who are interested, we can have
a meeting on Thursday on the 16th. Convene, I can put forward the Zoom that we can have a meeting 11 o'clock Jamaica time. Those who are interested, I'll put the information in the chat.
Through the chair.
Yes, Empress, there are ones whose hands are up before the eye.
Just quickly.
Quickly.
You can go,
say.
Aluta, let you go. Let you go forward, bless
Yes,
you.
in relation to the proposal for the meeting, I'm suggesting that the eyes, one of I and I are the eye contact the ones who are in leadership of the EWF first before we set a date and allow the date to be set according to the availability of the majority.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there is Sister Aliyah. Your hand is up. Can you unmute your mic, Sister Aliyah, and say where you are zooming from? And could you please also put on your video if you can, so we can see? Yes, there you go.
Greetings, Rastafari.
Selassie.
I'm calling from Brooklyn, New York. And I just want to give thanks first for the opportunity of the platform for offering all this information and the transparency. But I noted two things today that I heard that was very important. And according to the Sister in Powell, if we don't get to the root of our problems, they stand a chance to reoccur. The Brethren Corey mentioned that there was another group of Rastas that went forward with administration and agreed on the plans for the road without, to my understanding, without the Bingy House being aware of this. And this is the problem. I feel like the tabernacle, yes, it belongs to all of I and Shashamani, but for the Bingy brethren and sistren, they are more vested in it, and there shouldn't be outside entities representing for the Nyabingi Tabernacle in Shashamani. I've also, through these reasonings, come to understand that yes, while the EWF may have been responsible for administering the land grant, that tabernacle is not sitting on just EWF land, but also land that was left by Mama Ba, given directly to her from His Majesty. So again, I feel like there's contrary behavior going on in Shashamani that led to this demise of the Bingy House there. And if we do not root out the people who are the players of this type of submersive behavior going behind one's back, because if anyone should have known about plans for any road or having any meetings with the mayor, it should have been the Brethren Corey, who is investing all of this work and time and effort into the tabernacle. I think he is the one, if anyone, should have the privilege of this type of information first and foremost. So I don't understand why that's something that it seems like one is breezing past, the fact that there is one group that is acting on behalf of the Bingy House, but is not as vested in the Bingy House as others on the land. And those individuals need to be sorted out, and that needs to be addressed, because again, if not, if we stand a chance to be in the same predicament again. So I just give thanks for the information again and for the opportunity. But I would really like ones to really take that into consideration, and that yes, the EWF plays an important role, whether they have held that role and that torch or not. That is something that we are seeing play out, but I still feel like the Nyabingi administration needs to have one sound from within themselves, not the EWF administrating on behalf of I&I. Give thanks, Rastafari.
Yes, I give thanks, Sister Aliyah from Brooklyn. Rasmandla. Rasmandla, can you please unmute your mic? Rasmandla. Rasmandla, are you there?
Greetings, family.
Yeah, give thanks.
In the name of His Imperial Majesty Kirimawe, I am. I greet all in the name of the power of blackness and unity. Yeah, as Rasmandla, and also as a legal practitioner, in the making in Azania. We have come up with a formation of a Rastafari human rights movement, where we defend the rights of Rastafari irrespective of which mention the Rasta belongs to. So I suggest I that if we can have that approach and have an international body that is going to look at all the rights, especially legal rights, that the family of Rastafari has in terms of international law and in terms also of the laws of the region, AU, so that we can position Rastafari as a global movement and with rights and duties also. And also the organization that INI has established, we think it must also have a observer status in AU, so that we are not reactionary. We stand up when there is a problem, but we need to sit in the tables where decisions are made on our behalf. And also, and the issues of the Shashamane destruction, I'm also part of the delegation that went to the embassy. And there at the embassy, we were told that it might happen that we are on the wrong, but we said we believe that we are on the right. However, we also request more eyes to give us more information, so that when we go to the second round of the negotiations, we can produce proof that we are on the right, because we ask for reparation and restoration for the Shashamane violation. And the embassy says, if we are on the wrong, there is no way that they can compensate INI. But if it is found that they are on the wrong, then there is a possibility of compensation. So we request that records be made available from ones and ones of the graphs, the plans, the sewer, and the roads that can enable us to see when we reason, we can convince the embassy about the rights that we have. And also emphasizing on the issue of injunction. In Azania, we say it's an interdict. So an interdict, we have to also ascertain that there is a clear right. And in terms of Shashamane, there is a clear right, because the land was not stolen or occupied unlawfully. It was granted as a land grant by His Majesty. Therefore, it's not, there is a clear right. So for us to have that interdict, we need to establish that there is a clear right and there is violation that is currently happening. And therefore, we wish the law to intervene and stop that violation. And on the issue also of engagement with the AU in pursuit of a NGO status, I think all the legal practitioners within Rastafari must come together and set a desk that is going to look all issues that are legally connected. And I would just like to pause there and give thanks for this setup that enable us from different walks of life in Rastafari to come together and contribute. I give thanks.
Yes, Ras Mandla. Yes, Ras Mandla, give thanks. We need the legal minds. We need the legal minds that can approach the law, that we have legal representation in Rastafari with all the cases that we have, be it in Tanzania, in Azania, be it in Ethiopia, Jamaica, or in America. So give thanks for the legal opinion that was put on approach. Emma Young, could you unmute your mic? And is it possible for you to put on your video so that we can see the ones that are there? Yes, give thanks, Rastafari, Selassie. Go forward, Emma Young.
Emma Young is also Empress Ima, Ethiopia. International.
Empress Ima Rastafari, Honorable Empress.
International organizer of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Give thanks and welcome to the house. Give thanks in the name of His Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie Rastafari and Empress Menen. Yes, I give thanks for the gathering. And I would just, at this point, I've heard many people say today and mentioned our precious preamble that was given to us by His Honorable Majesty. We, the Black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Yes, give thanks, Honorable Chair, and give thanks for the gathering. I would just recommend that we support the on-the-ground team that has been formed and that we speak in one voice. That is the main thing, is that we speak in one voice. No divisions, and especially it's been pointed out with what Ethiopia is going on, what's happening in the terms of history of now, what's going on in the world. This is not a time to bring any negativity towards Ethiopia, but to stand with Ethiopia and stand with His Majesty and our precious land grant, and that we are all Ethiopians, and it can be worked out, and it will be worked out in a positive manner. So we know that our emperor was the head of diplomacy, so we must follow that same route. And as a member of the Rastafari Nation, I would be remiss in my duties if I don't take this opportunity. I did hear you have the Queen of the South on here speaking. I don't know if she's still on the line, but the Queen of the South is the queen of the cannabis industry. We are all here on this meeting today, and out of this meeting should come a group that stands up for the cannabis industry with Rastafari, because we are sleeping that. We have not claimed it. We have not stood up to it when we were the ones who've been arrested and harassed over the years. So I would take this opportunity that we don't miss that we are all together on this line reasoning. We must not leave out the cannabis industry, and let us support those who are on the ground. Let us not speak in two voices. Let us speak in one voice. I give thanks for the opportunity to have these few words today. And I say, Rastafari, Federation rising.
Ja, Rastafari, Ja, Rastafari, Ja. Yes,
Rastafari. Pretty. The sister just spoke about the cannabis. Yes, we have that in mind, sister, and we're very working on that. That's why we have Brother Rasho Shane is there from Jamaica, also is part of that team. So yes, we could just link with Rasho Shane and whatever they talk about on marijuana and the herbs. Yeah, we have Rasho Shane also is in the house. So continue, Brother Luther. Give thanks for the good work, my brother.
Yes, I give thanks. Reverend Kwame Kamau and then Ras Moses. Reverend Kwame, go
Indeed,
ahead.
I give thanks again through the chair, all protocols observed. This has been certainly a very delightful experience here, reasoning with Rastafari today on the Rastafari Global Conference, as it is hosted, of course, by you and chaired by Ras Buki. Two quick points. One has to do with the approach to this from a diplomatic perspective as an African reparations minister and diplomat. It's absolutely essential that we rally around one core group, one core voice, one core organization. And from the perspective of precedent, everything in law hangs on precedent. And so while you do have statute law, you do have precedent. And with regards to statute law and precedent, the EWF from the perspective of historicity, is front and center of this issue, both in terms of the land grant as well as recognition by His Imperial Majesty. And so I would want to, of course, salute and commend that work towards meeting with the EWF with Rastafari to negotiate the way forward in a more unified, solidified manner. I think that would be absolutely productive and progressive. Rastafari and EWF are indeed one, but that has to be more than simply a social contract. I think it's time for us to really rally around each other and engage that. So I wanted to make note of that with regards to the meeting. Number two, with regards to cannabis, I happen to sit as a director of the Association of Cannabis, Health, Equity, and Medicine based in Oregon, USA. And only this month, we are hosting a global health summit. And as part of that board of directors, we made sure to include Rastafari voices throughout the Caribbean region with respect to discussing cannabis history. And so I would want to certainly salute all works as it relates to Rastafari taking a place and position that is front and center, not only in terms of the cannabis industry, but the cannabis community from the perspective of the environmentalism and the carbon sequestration, from the perspective as well as looking at cannabis through the entheogenic and sacramental perspective, and all of these other dimensions that cannabis brings to the table. Last but not least, Dr. Neely Fuller, in his address, in his response to white supremacy, he recognized 9 key areas of responsibility and activity for the global African people. His protege in Dr. Francis Cress Welsing added health. And I added later on, as part of my thesis, I added communications and environmentalism to those areas, bringing it to the full restoration of what we call the 12 keystones of Ubuntu. If we operate in those 12 keystones of Ubuntu in terms of those strategic activities as a Pan-African community under one Pan-African voice that speaks to the global issues that confront us, that certainly speak to the programs as mentioned by the Queen Sheba earlier on today, and that speak to the common, not only challenges, but also those common areas of interest, those common areas of vision and mission and solidarity. Certainly there's nothing that Rastafari cannot achieve and cannot accomplish. And in closing, I just want to give my solidarity towards moving this movement forward and using all of my media, political and other diplomatic channels to assist in taking this ball forward. But in order to do so, we must speak as a collective, united front. And I definitely salute, as it were, the attributions on today and the fantastic hosting and what seems to clearly be a call for a unity, an einity, as we say, as we move as one united, solidified Ethiopian people. I give thanks and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Russ Kwame Kamau. Resounding as usual.
Aluta,
yes, Chair.
Let's that brother that just speak, Reverend, yes, very important things he's speaking on. And he should have our links and contacts to continue within the week to communicating with him so we can move forward to do some of the things that he's talking about. On Thursday, we have
yes, Reverend, we're gonna send our email that you can communicate directly.
Because yes, give thanks. On Thursday we have an office meeting also, Luther. We don't set the time yet, but they will know the time.
Yes, give thanks. Ras Moses and then Sister Gad. Ras Moses, you can unmute and please go forward.
Let Haile Selassie first and Empress Menen arise, and all of his enemies be scattered. And Meheja, let them flee before this Aisat Mabrak. Yeah, greetings and love, global family. I feel very encouraged, and I appreciate love every Isla bright angel upon this forum. And I send forth strength and encouragement from Colorado, USA. I'm the acting president of the Colorado House of Rastafari. We're a nonprofit organization. And I love the word, sound, and power of dashing the dogma into the fire and coming into unity and perfect love in the guidance of His Imperial Majesty, Selassie I and Empress Mene Mazoro. I would just like to say, just briefly, I see a true nation that must be harnessed and recognized by the African Union as well as the United Nations. And for what I know, and I certainly can do research, there needs to be a population established in Shashamane that is recognized as a sovereign nation to harness the protection and the rights that need to be, so no atrocity could ever happen onto our holy tabernacle again. So I would just encourage ones for this seed of love to be planted and let it flourish in the organization that His Majesty held dear and put upon I. Sila, and we're here in Colorado to support in any way that we can. And if there's anything we can do within that nation building to solidify that, we're here and serving. Sila, Selassie, I. Blessed love.
Jah Rastafari. Give thanks, Ras Moses. Sister Gyad, could you please unmute your mic and put your video so we can see the eyes? Sister Gyad.
Selassie, blessed love.
Rastafari.
Aye. The reason is very hopeful from I hearing. It's a strength for I being on a lot of reasoning. And there's a lot of word song, but no manifestation. And if it do, it's just for a portion of time. And I've been hearing of the Shashamane situation from a long Iowa where they was chanting of putting the road, and now the manifestation of what is happening. So I chant, as the brethren chant, and I need to have a oneness within the within the Nyabinghi family, within the representation, for there's so much individual representation all around the globe towards the Nyabinghi that is not good, for there's too much differences, and I know where there's differences, there's no unity, and there's what causing I at this moment with all the stagnation. And I give thanks for the Iowas and I been treading this trad. For this Iowa, and I give thanks and ask that the word song and I full in here would be a manifestation. Wherefore, as the ones yant within the exchange of bartering with each other, goods and stuff, instead of like going out and doing it with Roma, and I need to do it with myself. I'm a very large family with many mansions, also within the oneness of the representation for the Nyabinghi family. And I would love if such could happen for even right now here in America. And I'm in Brooklyn, and I have 3 different mansions where the brethren them have no unity, and where that is causing a bother in the gathering. For the gathering is scattered, and where the gathering is scattered, there's a whole lot of differences. Okay. So I would love if this forum could go forward, where as I cite a lot of form-headed ones is here, that I could at least bring a unity with the global family of Nyabinghi, Rastafari, Karamawe Haile Selassie, for there's so many things that I need to touch upon. For besides Shashamane, there's the youths them now in the Nyabinghi family that is going astray, doing all kind of thing, for there's no formness within the church for the youth, so they're scattered too. So I give thanks for the word song I'm hearing at this moment, and I pray that I could have a oneness within the Nyabinghi mansion, and this reason that reason could be a manifestation going forward for the betterment of the family. Karamawe Haile Selassie, perfect love, blessed love, Rastafari.
Yes, I give thanks for the sound, word, sound, and power. Give thanks for the coming. Sister Gyad, I come to Brooklyn from time to time. I've been at the Nyabinghi in Prospect Park once in a while. Hopefully,
I will be able to trot forward for this July, Earth Strong, and be able to reason with the ones in New York on what we are dealing with on the ground today. We know that we have had a lot of trouble in past years, and we see where Babylon has come together in the pandemic to oppress us and to keep us down. And we must now recognize that this is the time for us to come together. I recognize Sharon, 2013, and then Empress Yezuri. Sharon,
Sure.
2013, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks unto the Most High.
Can you put your video on so we can also see you?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, give thanks.
Aye. Give thanks and praises unto the Most High, Kanamawi, Haile Selassie, and Empress Menen. It's a pleasure being on this forum today. I give thanks. This is a gift for I to be here. I'm calling from Brooklyn, New York. And I need this energy because there's too much division within the Rastafari community. And I need to come together as one. And the incident that occurred in Shashamani, as the old people say, out to evil coming good. And through the power of El Selassie and Empress Men, and I see good coming out of it. So I give thanks to all the ones who's there for the strength, and any strength the ISIS need, I is here to give strength. This is Selassie daughter calling out of Brooklyn, New York. And Sister Kuchi give thanks for spreading the word. And the ISIS just keep I informed so I could spread the word, because within I family is thousands of I, not only 52 and 56 of us. And I need to spread the word all over, even to the house in Guyana, because I'm originally from Guyana. So once again, I give thanks to Kanamawe, Haile Selassie, and Empress Men, and one perfect love.
Yes, I give thanks.
Yeah,
Selassie.
Rastafari, give thanks, exciting days. Give thanks,
Yes, Empress Yesuri. Empress Yesuri, can you unmute?
Blessed love, Rastafari Global Family. I from Panama, Tiana Stelena, Abatashin Oyet Selot, Abatashin Oy Bestama Jimentor, Siemens Jekeles, Mengistis Temeta, Fekadishan the Nonation, the Metimur, Ehile Harash, and then Setem Sare, Bedelenia Jiker, Bedelenia Jebedelunin. Whether feta ata giba kekifu adime enher mengistis jantenatina kajelen miskana lesle alemu amen. It's a bere masagan muambesa sep enegede jauda jaobia Rastafari mighty give thanks to the Almighty Creator Jarasafari, Empress Men and I. We bring me the opportunity to stay today with this global family. That's a very interesting initiative. That's great. We put our efforts together. We bring the correct energy. We help our nation and put our efforts. We see how we can make right now the difference global. Give thanks for the sisters what give us all the knowledge today and put this significant seed. We can wait in time about this meeting, this gathering. Blessed love, and we can do this and more. God bless I Nation. One perfect love.
Yes, Selassie.
Rastafari, give thanks.
Yes, Empress Yezuri, I know that English is not your first language and that Spanish is your more comfortable language. If you want, you can speak in Spanish
and Rasbuki will translate for you if you want to speak more on the subject. Empress Yezuri?
Blessed, Marlon, brethren. You can understand what I say before?
Yes, I understand. But if you're comfortable speaking Spanish?
No problem, my lord. I believe the Rastafari thinks it's like without barriers. It's global. I can feel the family today, and you know, it's important. I and I right here in Panama do kind of works for the Rastafari Alliance. Joy aquí en Panamá está haciendo trabajos para la Alianza Rastafari de Panamá.
Okay.
I and I here in Panama are doing the work for Alianza Rastafari in Panama.
Empress?
Colocando esa importancia del derecho.
Putting together the importance.
El derecho dentro del Estado
The
gubernamentalmente.
right of the state.
Y en la sociedad.
In the society.
Infiriendo en políticas públicas.
Okay.
Political.
Interfering in politics, public politics.
Interfere with politics, in politics, yes.
I believe we have to make this step like Rastafarians. I believe we have to take the thing in front and present our rights and our sovereignty and make the work come in truth, because already our ancestors passed similar experience, but in a different times. We right now still do the battle, the war with the system, but always we have to keep the focus in Rastafari, Haile Selassie, because it's our example, it's our guy, it's our supreme, is our everything, and only him reveal in this time all these things and put this significant picture for everybody can see, because Jah never give us a dead picture, living God. See everything life and a living color. So more love and life. I believe we can do something with this platform and give the Ethiopia Shashamane the guy for our family can find the result and the correct way to build this thing really compact. See, because Zion, Rastafari, one perfect love.
Selassie, give thanks. Jah, Rastafari, Selassie,
Give thanks as we. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, Empress Yezuri of Panama and the Panama Rastafari Alliance. Ras Oshun, you had your hand up. Ras Oshun, you had your hand up.
Yes, I did, family. I'm going to say a few words because I'm on the red. This has been one of the most historical reasoning that I have been engaged with in recent years. This is not about if, it will be, because we are charged. When I look at the experiences that is on this platform, from the time that we have been working all together and we see the work that all ones has been doing. We cannot fail, family. We cannot fail. So I'm going to take leave because I'm on the red. That's why recently I had to log off, but I had to return and let Sister Yah Shantawal know that we are presently under the Ethiopian Federation sovereign charter, which is Empress Menenin and also Empress Tayutu. We're having a reasoning, which is bringing in the church representative of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo as it relates to the sovereign charters and the local charters and how they all integrate in order to do what needed to be done for the returning of our people and also the rebuilding of the land. So perfect love, as we say, Sister Shantawal. Please, my brother, my sister, give us a link. We've been waiting for you. So send me a link. And Sister Kathy Howell, same thing to you, my sister. And also the Reverend as well. Kwame, Reverend Kwame. You know, some serious things is going on.
Right, O'Shea.
Yes, my brother.
This is why I wrote you back to come back on the platform, because I realized you left. They were just talking about the cannabis and the herb, and they said that we should not leave that out. So I called you back because you represent that. So we will be talking on Thursday.
Well, I will. Yeah, we need to have a very good reason on this because, as you know,
please leave your emails in the chat. Your email in the chat so one can communicate with you on the herb and the oil and Rastafari products, right? So
right. Well, I've put my email on the platform, and if it's not there, my family, feel free to send it to whoever needs it, because as you know, we are now determining the business of the industry, because it was us that made all the recommendation to the cabinet of how this industry should be. And we've just recently launched the proper cooperative body that is going to be responsible for small farmers and how the industry should be in the benefit of this nation. So I'm looking forward to that, because we're virtually finalizing that initiative and the whole project of that. And as you know, the Rasta man with the true philosophy, he's the one that grows the very best of all agricultural produce, including medical ganja.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for forwarding back.
My brother, so long as I'm breathing, you couldn't stop me. This is, as I said,
Queen of the South. The Queen of the South is also on that topic with the cannabis and the herbs. So very
wonderful. Most definitely. And brother Amlak, give us a link after. I need that thing that we spoke of. All right. There's so much things happening, and we need that little thing. So
yes.
family,
yes, I.
Whole heap of gratitude to each and every one of you. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude.
Yeah, Ras Ocean, before you leave, the information that you said that Brother Brissett gave all the papers, or the papers were turned over from Brother Brissett from the Ethiopian World Federation, Local 43. My application and my file should be in that, should be in those papers. Could you please speak to the church to secure my file from the Ethiopian World Federation?
Well, we're going to be having a platform that is going to address, as I said, under Empress Menin and also Empress Tayutu. We're going to having a platform with the church that relates to our works, and so us to work it in on, my friend. And as you know, I've always worked with both church and state. We do not force our religion, as what His Majesty said. Every man is as his right to see God in his own image and in the own interpretation, just as how when he was asked the question Why don't you tell those Rasta that you're not the Almighty? He said, who am I to
deny
tell
them
anyone
their faith, yes.
what they're to believe? If you, so long as my belief brings me to a divine order of truths and rights that brings gratitude amongst the family, then there's nothing wrong in your faculty. So precious love family, and this has been a wonderful Haile Selassie occasion.
Rastafari.
Recharge your battery.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Give thanks.
Well said, Ponga. Well
Yeah,
said.
man.
Family.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Give thanks, Ras Ocean. Jamaica, the vice chair. Are you still there, Jamaica?
Blessed love, one and all. Greetings to the Royal House from the Bahamas. Yes, why did touch on the cannabis issue right now here in the Bahamas? Me being the vice chair of the House of Rastafari, I was tasked with actually writing the way forward for the Rasta community in the Bahamas to deal with the cannabis for the government. And also, I would like to say that a part of our, when we would think about cannabis as a royal family, we must know that we have to put together a council to deal with that, because we can't be dealing with a lot of funds that could help the Rastafarian community. And one of the plans of the community here in the Bahamas, meaning from the House of Rastafari, will represent all mansions. Bobo, Nyabinghi. We have on our council, we have members, I'm a Bobo, and our president is a Nyabinghi. So we really coming together under one umbrella. But one of the stances of the economic benefits that we can make from it, we want to strengthen the global family. If we as brethren, we all are one, it can't be that from the cannabis industry here in the Bahamas, because we all are Rasta. We have to be able, just like you all talk about, putting together committees, council members, people to make trips to go and represent the Rastafarian community. We would be sending funds in from our industry into this to strengthen the whole global community. You know, so that's one of the legislation that I intentionally put in there to make sure that we all face the atrocities of our sacrament, and we all should benefit. And if another jurisdiction isn't legalized yet, we should be able to jump in as a global family and see to it that if it's injustice anywhere in the world, we must fight it. You know, and cannabis could be a way for us to really, if we was a financially secure nation, what happened in Shashamante would have never happened. Would have never. Because they know we have strength behind us. The way to build that, and to our same sacrament would be fight down so long for, could be a way that we could give us economic power and strength to be able to stand against Goliath. You know, so with the cannabis, I would like for us to have a global meeting on cannabis, so we all could come together with this, and we could fund so many different things. We could actually, you know, schools, because we need to educate ourselves. We can't have our youth them going to Babylon system school. Is almost like a mockery on us. You know, so all of these things could be accomplished. So many things globally could be accomplished if we all come together. So that's why I think last week was my first time on the meeting, and every weekend I would be here, because this is what we need to do, to see what we could do globally to help wherever it is, whatever part of the world it is. We all have to, because if it's one person, one Rasta had an injustice that happened to me. When the sister and get her locks cut, I felt like they cut my locks. You know, whatever happened around, it happens to me too, because what you do to him, you could do to me too. You know, so I give thanks for this, but just like when we talk about cannabis, we have to look at cannabis as a global market, what we could do, probably even within say branding it as a Rastafarian product globally, around the world, we all have the same brand and globe because we all stand under one umbrella. And that give us that cohesiveness, but we also have to be mindful that with cannabis comes a lot of economics. And sometimes we really see what a man's made of when money is involved. So we try to stay pure on art as we do these things. But I give thanks for the reason, and I just wanted to say, we here in the Bahamas, we ready to do whatever we can do to help the global family. We here with the item. We have people from here, Bobos here, who in Shashamante, who also feeling the same pressure. So the pressure isn't just a one pressure, but I also have one question about the tabernacle in Shashamante. If the tabernacle is all a I tabernacle, how do different mansions share one tabernacle? When the Nyabingis want to have a service, what happens if the Bobos want to have a service or the EWF want to have a service? I don't understand how one tabernacle is shared between different mansions. If anybody give me a little clarity on that. Thank you. Blessed love on others. Holy Manuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari, Selassie. Yes. Wait, Rasmuki. Raskuri, did you hear that question? The tabernacle in Ethiopia, is it shared by all the mansions or is it just the Nyabing tabernacle? Raskuri?
Really,
Selassie.
Rastafari, blessed I. Yeah, one's from different houses we pass through from time to time, but within Shashamane, the Bobo Shanti also have their house, 12 tribe have their house, Edwin, Ethiopian World Federation have their house, but ones will travel through different houses from time to time. So, but the tabernacle is basically the Nyabingi order, yeah. So within that, sometime in dealing with the order, then we bring a vibe sometimes still, but I say going on love and fire, so so yeah. And I give thanks, as it says, Rastafari Tabernacle said we, so ones are free for coming in. Even at the earlier days, the elder and the Bobo Shanti, keep a gathering together. So yeah, I and I live together, I and I is one Rastafari, so that I greatest thing. We are one people and we living together, but from one's view things from a different point, So 7 brothers, 7 different mind. So we give thanks to the other, the Nyabingi said we, yeah, from the ancient coming down. Yes, to the youths them within this time, youths them I grew up into age now. Cause we've been here for 24 years now, since 1998. And as the daughter say, the earlier days, Sister Benji, Bongo Solo, Rasmuya, Mama Baby I, Congo Rocky. These were the elders who were here. And from them time, the road have been a problem. That road by somehow coming in different direction at you. So they come this time, they came a couple years ago with a water pipe and they put that. This time they come with a water drainage and they put it. So yeah, we have to sort it out and see, what right. The only thing that they are saying that we are not registered in their system as a church, but the utilities are different thing in the legal term. The utilities are all within Rastafari Church. That's how I inherited it like that. So Yeah, that's the way forward. Because most of the land now is distributed to different owners, different holders, you know. You know, the historical right, these cover I and I. You know, 'cause if you go to court or anything, and they ask you how you get the land. Get it from Haile Selassie. You know, you put it in an organization too. So it's legal, you know, everything is legal. So yeah, give thanks for the coming together, you know. All for one and one for all, you know, moving in this way forward, there is no failure, you know. So give thanks, Eli.
Selassie,
Selassie,
Jah,
Selassie,
Selassie,
Rastafari.
Jah, Rastafari.
All
right. Haile, Selassie.
Mighty, mighty.
Yes, Raskuri from Shashamane on the ground in Ethiopia right now, giving us and presenting us the facts as it comes forward on a daily basis. He was here last week, and also Ras Itek showed us the video of what was done to the tabernacle, showed us on the map the plans that the Ethiopian government have and the resolutions that can be put forward for the problems that we are having. Sister Kochi, you are there. Can you unmute and please put on your video so we can see the blessed one? You know, yes.
Greetings. I cannot put on a video because I'm not properly dressed. I'm nursing. I'm nursing a sick shoulder, and I have a bag of ice in my entire body.
All right, no problem.
I give thanks and praises. You know, first of all, I want to yell up and give thanks and praises to Haile Selassie the First and Empress Menen for giving I the breath of life to be able to be here today. I also give thanks and praises to the organizers and participants of this wonderful, wonderful event. I just heard about this event earlier. Rasta Ricardo Richard from Panama forwarded this information, and I shared it on my Facebook page, right? What I want to say is that this struggle, I'm not going to address so much of what is going on in Ethiopia because I just learned through this platform of this struggle. I know there were things happening, but I wasn't sure. So I got the information that I know through this platform. Give thanks. What I really want to say is that it's no different than what is really happening in Jamaica. It was heart-rendering when I got the information of what's happening to the Rastas in Jamaica and the Bingi house. Empress Sister, I fear we were just in Panama together, said it best. The elders don't know anything else beside that Bingi house, and they are displaced, homeless, struggling. Is a spiritual and a mental pain that they are going through by just losing what they know as a refuge. So what is happening in Ethiopia, I believe it's the same. You're displaced, someone just come to your home, put you out, throw you out. This is the only home that you know, you're homeless. So absolutely, we have to continue the struggle to make sure that what is wrong is right. They have to right this situation. Whatever we can do on this side, financially, physically, I am open. I'm truly open to doing the best that I can do to make sure that this has to be corrected. History has to correct itself, and we have to start amongst the little things that matters. Another issue that I really want to bring here is that there are so many different people. Myself, I'm a holistic practitioner. I focus mainly on the mental, the spiritual, and the physical health as a holistic practitioner that does a lot of work within the community. And we had to register our organization. It's not a separate organization. It's just one Rasta. We registered an organization called Rasta International. And we have been doing work for the past 20 years. We don't have to broadcast what we're doing, but people know that we're doing Rastafari work because it's just one Jah, one love, and one Rasta. Liberty. I just want to inform ones and ones that the struggle is rough, it's hard, it's painful. I just came from Panama. We would believe that in 2022, we have to have a day that is called La Etna Negra, acknowledging that African people exist and live in Panama. The discrimination, the sexism, everything that can happen to us have been happening to us through history. We have to come together as one voice, one Rasta family to change all of this that have been happening to us. Our children are walking away from a righteous way, the only righteous way of living on the universe, the Rasta trad, because of misguidance, because they just feel hopeless. They don't know what to do. They come to us as elders. We are still trying to figure it out. We shouldn't be trying to figure out anything. We should have gotten what we need to move forward and continue strengthening the Rasta family. Within the Rasta community, people in New York, I can speak up in New York, this COVID-19 has affected so many Rasta family, losing their job. The only means that they have to support their family, getting a letter saying that if you don't get vaccinated, you are no longer employed. Brethren, who is the only provider for his family, working for 7 years, you just go to a job and hear, I have no job, don't know what to do, cannot get unemployment because if you refuse to take the vaccine, there's so many things that are happening legally that people are not aware of. So saying that is that I just want to share this. Rasta International, we had to form this organization, this group, so we can get certain things done. And Russ Brian, which is my husband, and Russ Shaka, my sister Kuchi, we had other members that they travel and they are not really active. But we have registered this organization, and it's a legal organization, and we do have an incorporated number. So we write letters, anyone who needs letters, this is legal letters that when the employer calls us, we can defend our rights as Rasta not to be vaccinated. So there are a lot of things that are happening within our community that people don't know, but we need to be aware that we do have rights as Rasta not to be injected, not to be vaccinated with this COVID, whatever they want to call it, vaccine. So I'm reading, it says, Dear Sir, Madam, I'm writing to inform you that the Rasta International is an organization within the Rasta community. This organization provides spiritual, moral, financial, and educational support to members of his congregation. Rasta International is a not-for-profit organization incorporated in the state of New York. Our incorporated number is 223-3000109. We write on behalf of the member, and then we write the member's name and the member address. And then we would say, he or she sincerely and zealously adheres to the tenets, practices, principle of Rastafari religion, belief, and comports himself or herself in a respectable manner. Rasta and members of our organization believe that no one should defile their body by knowingly ingesting chemical and other foreign harmful matters. To that end, we do not believe that our member should be vaccinated, since vaccines are known to contain potentially harmful ingredients or components. Rasta believes that every illness there is a natural herbal remedy that will cure it. Our community collaborates with several certified herbalists, naturopath doctors, and certified nutritionists. We are available to provide support if it's generally accepted within the Rasta community and in the public at large, that a strong healthy immune system is the best way to fight diseases and viruses. We believe by eating healthy and adhering to the established antiviral protocol, we will avoid contracting the disease and illnesses. We therefore confirm and affirm that Mr. Such and such should be granted exemption from being vaccinated. We hope that this letter will clarify any misunderstanding there might be about Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so religion. If we can be of any further assistance, we can be reached and we have a number. And I'm reading this letter to let ones and ones know that we have rights, just like in Ethiopia, not to be displaced, legal rights. I give thanks that Corey gave us information in terms of trying to get legal assistance to find out exactly what are our legal rights in terms of what is really happening in Shashamane. It is painful, very, very painful. I have traveled to Ethiopia twice and I know the grounds. So I give thanks and praises always just to be able to call myself and to be selected by His Majesty Empress Mene to trod this wonderful, beautiful life as a Rasta woman. I would not have had it any other way, regardless of the trial and the struggle and the tribulation. I had the pleasure of meeting many Rastas, Bobo's sister and brethren while I was in Panama, the sister that just called in from Panama, the secretary of the Rastafari Alliances. They invited me to come to do presentation on healthy eating and living. That's what I focus on. And I want to make myself, I am going to make myself available for anyone who's presently on this platform that needs any type of information when it comes to health and wellness. Oftentimes we neglect who we are. We forget that nourishing our temple is one of the most important things that we can do. When I do my consultation and Rastas come to me and I find out, the first thing I want to know, what is your diet? What are you eating? I'm ITAR, I'm vegan, I don't eat fish, And I said, okay, what do you eat? When you listen to what they're eating, malnourishment, pregnant women, we're not feeding our children properly. And if you don't feed the children properly, they're not going to thrive the way they should as healthy children. If the sister, when they're pregnant, can only tell me, I eat stew, I don't eat fish, I eat ital. Okay, what else do you eat? You're not getting exactly what you want to hear. So we need to focus, of course, we are going to focus on every aspect of our life that is affecting us of Rasta. But I really urge the Rasta community, especially in particular, our sistering, to do the self-care. Do self-care, sistering. Take care of yourself mentally, physically, spiritually. I'm not denying that the brethren don't need the help, but based on the work that I am doing, I am I'm not even going to say angry anymore that we don't have school. We don't have places where we can educate ourselves properly. We have been left behind by choice now. Their information. I do go on Facebook. I see little thing here and there, but let's not consume ourselves in going on Facebook and posting nonsense, degrading ourselves as Rastas. Let's uplift ourselves as His Majesty and Empress Menen as designed. We already have the design as how we should conduct ourselves and how we should deal with each other. Stop the petty fight. Stop the mini nonsense, Panamanian, Jamaican, Guyanese, Barbadian, and all this nonsense. One Rasta family. That's what I'm defending. And I'm here. Anyone who wants to know about building the immune system, detoxing the body, cleaning the lymphatic system, herb for children, arthritis, you name it, where you don't necessarily need to go to the establishment that we call hospital and pharmacy that are only killing us really killing us. This COVID had taught me so many different things. So many people that we know have died, family members, friends, including Rastas, have lost their lives through something like this, whatever you want to call it, whether it was man-made, woman-made, I don't know how it came about. The reality is, Rastas, I'm begging and imploring, stop saying that there's no COVID. If you don't want to call it COVID, name it whatever you choose to call it. It is killing us. So let's get our immune system together. Let's get our mind together. Let's get our spirit together, because this is not only a physical warfare. This is a spiritual warfare. And we need to strengthen ourselves in order to fight Satan, who is alive and well, or ever you want to define this negative energy that is affecting us. So I give thanks. I got so emotional listening to all the talks and saying 2022, we have lost or are losing the battle against something simple as having a place to worship. When you go to Bingy, no matter what I am doing, as long as I step into the Bingy and the chanting and put on the music, my spirit get uplift. I feel heavenly. I feel so good. We cannot allow this to continue happen. But in order for us to stop this, unity. It is very important that we stop the nonsense. Who come from where, who is who. I give thanks that the sisters that came on, including the sisters from Panama, whether they have the broken English, they speak Spanish, we speak Chinese, it does not matter. We are all one Rasta family, and we should conduct ourselves in that manner. And to the brethren, please, and I'm begging, honor these sisters, love these sisters, love your mother, love the feminine energy, because it's the perfect balance. And His Majesty have shown us the way we should treat our empresses, not only in name. That's my queen, that's my empress, that's my sister. Show it. We need it. We need the strength. We are tired. We are weary. We need a shoulder, a strong Rasta shoulder we can come and just drop and cry and just let the brethren know that we too are in this together. It's not a man thing. It's not a woman thing. It's a Rasta family trad that has caused so many pain. Women have been thrown out of their house. I have to go look for shelter just because they call up His Majesty name. Mother throw a woman pregnant on the street. I witnessed these things. I have to get up in the night, call Professor Safia Bandela at the college. This sister is homeless. Let her sleep here. Let's find a shelter, because we don't even have a place for our sisters and brethren that are homeless. So we have to work together. Yes, we need to fix what's going on in Jamaica and Ethiopia, but let's fix ourselves first. You cannot work on the outside if your inside is broken. We are broken. We are tired. We are really tired. The tears that I see, brethren, I created a room in my home, painted it in purple, made it a feminine room, just for women to come and throw themselves in there, cry, bawl, weep, born. And it's the same cry all the time. We're tired. We're tired. We can't do this alone, brethren. We need the king. There's no queen without a king. Let's live up. Let's love up. Let's feed ourselves. Let's do the right thing. And we have to look at why this is happening, why we are losing things that are sacred and sacred to us as Rasta. There is an energy that isn't right. It's not right among the Rasta family. Bickering, fighting, all of this nonsense that's going on. Look within ourselves to find out why this is happening. We are going to survive this. Rastafari is watching, and he's saying, Look at this mess. Fix it. Don't look on the outside to fix it. Fix it from within. Let's go within and fix this. And this is anything that I can do. My number is public. I am on Facebook. I have a radio program every Friday from 8 to 10 talking about health and wellness. Utilize me. I just finished taking a course from the major native of Peru. And the Peruvian said, when you wake up and you give thanks and praises, the second thing that you should ask yourself, how could I be of service? And find out how you can be of service and be of service. Stop the lip talking and the chatting and the chatting and the chatting, and nothing has been done. It's time. This is time. I am ready. I am ready. This is a revolution that is not televised. And I'm ready with the sister in them that I have spoken to that said, we are ready. But brethren, we can't do this without the eyes, okay? So that's all I am sharing. Call me, any question about health and thing, that's my area. I do I specialize in mother and children, family, herbal. I have a line of products. Go on my website. It's not about making money or selling. Whether you have money or you don't have money, reach out to me and you will get the information. So I give thanks and praises to the ones that put this together. I give thanks and praises going to Panama, meaning some strong Black African sister and brethren in Panama. Ricardo Richard and all, Sister Fia was there, and knowing that I went home because I was born in Panama, but I don't know anything about Panama. I've traveled there all the time and I'm still trying to learn. Or ever, knowledge is power, and I give thanks and praises. And I get very emotional when it comes to the Rasta tribe because this is my life. I can't do anything without my Rasta family. I feel good no matter where in the world that I go, and I have traveled to many countries. When I see a Rasta person, it's like, oh, John, give thanks and praises. You are here. We are here. So I would do whatever is possible, whatever it is possible that I can do. Just give I a call, and do not neglect the eye itself. Self-care is a radical way. Let's radicalize yourself and accept you as being priority. And at the same time, accept your brethren and sisters. And let's stop the bickering. Love is the answer to anything that you want in life. I give thanks and praises for allowing I to even vent out, because I call this as venting out. It's like, it's just, I've been just holding it in. And when I seen that these sisters name from Panama and the Guyanese sister and everyone coming on, I saw, Sister Coochie, you better just wrap up that shoulder with some ice and get in there and say something.
Ja,
Rastafari. I'm so delighted, Sister Coochie.
Rastafari, my
Delighted.
sister Coochie.
Delighted, sister.
Bless love.
Delighted,
crying,
delighted,
Salute my
I'm
brethren,
crying.
brother Bye, Brian.
Yes, indeed. Mama Coochie,
Yes.
even though we have spoken so many times, and I know you through my parents, you have me here shedding a whole lot of emotion, because it is so true, because I have experienced it in the community, the lacking of self-care, how it has impacted the way in which we operate among each other, the way in which we lash out on each other. It has impacted our psychological self in so many ways that some of what we're experiencing today, the pain that we're experiencing today, is as a result of lack of personal care, proper nutrition, self-care. Indeed, I have seen it, I have lived within it, and we have been affected by it in so many ways. And that is why, even from the first time that we came on here, I emphasized that a house divided against itself shall surely fall. And that's the temple. You start within your individual self, cleansing yourself, and have an understanding of what the nutrient you need in order for you to function effectively and efficiently. And I have seen it, and I'm thankful that you're here, and give thanks for the information that you have provided, and we'll continue to search and seek your guidance as we go along within all the things that are happening within our family and our extended family. Perfect love in your home, and may Rastafari, Haile Selassie I, and Her Royal Highness Empress Menen continue to guide each and every one of I and yourself in particular with wise mind, knowledge, and understanding. I more love and blessing in I's dwelling places. Rastafari live forever.
All right, yeah, Rastafari, and I give thanks for the spiritual self-care, because the last focus of self-care is your spiritual health. You know, that's your soul. So this is the essence of who we really are from the inside. So we just have to leave the negative and the flesh and just deal with the spiritual aspect of thing. And it starts with self-care. And I give thanks and praises because anything that is broken, I believe that can be fixed. And within the Rasta tribe, it's not going to be easy, but we never get weary yet. We just know that we are in for the, as Nelson Mandela granddaughter who I met in Panama said, Rastafari. And the way she said it, it's like thunder and lightning.
Yes, it's
Sister
true.
you were there.
Yes,
When
yes,
she
yes,
declared
indeed.
the divinity
Yes,
of
Suri was
Rastafari,
there. Yes.
She
I
can feel
cried.
the powers of the
Yes.
Almighty. She can
Yes,
feel the
truly.
She
sister and
declared it like
blessing.
thunder
She
and lightning.
feel
And
the
I said,
more power
when
of
I
son
dare
of
to be
Queen of
powerful,
Rastafari.
It's
Yes,
true.
Rastafari.
We felt
sister.
it. We felt it. We felt it.
Yes, I.
Truly.
Real powers.
Selassie, yeah, man, give thanks for the power of the feminine, you know, the power of the woman, the power of the queen, the power of Empress Menen coming through. Ras Amna Zion.
Aluta, momento, Aluta. Oh, I know the brother must be waiting a long time, but give thanks for that moment that just passed there. Want to let everyone know that next week would be here, same time Jamaica time. That would be 10 a.m. Continue with Shashamane issues, and also that would be, if you're in the South Africa here, that would be around 4 o'clock to 5 in those time. And we give thanks for all the support and all togetherness that we working towards for unification for the nation and our people. We'll give thanks to Aluta Patience. We have a brethren, Aluta. I know you want to go to that brethren, but there's a brethren named Ras Maka from Bull Bay.
Yeah, I've been looking for him on the chat and I'm not seeing him.
I don't know if he's there, but after you talk to this brethren, you could let Ras Maka come forward too. Can you yield him up and say,
all right then. Amna Zion. All right, can you come on? Can you unmute? No, you still can't unmute. Try again. Try unmute. I cannot unmute you. I can. All right. Do you see that? Do you see that message I just sent? Yeah. Can you unmute? No. Is Ras Maka there? Is Ras Maka still in the chat?
Yep. Yes, King.
Yes, go forward, Ras Maka.
Yeah, that money. Hey, that know Rastafari real. Yes,
I see that.
Bull
Yes,
Bay, Bull
King.
Bay. That Bull Bay where come from, you know, Aluta.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But there, King. Heal up His Majesty, Empress Menen, and the house, you know. Yeah, man. We're there listening, and we get word of strength out of our one, you know. Yeah, man. We give thanks to everything what happen, because what happen, we have to count it for the good. Whether tabernacle want get shake up or what. All of them things, they are material things. And what I have to know, say, them things that happen for the good of I and I, don't count it for the bad. Because we need this kind of wake up and shake up call. Seeing far right, that I have to say. Yeah, man, more strength.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I. Ras Clear, Empress Clear, you've been on the chat since morning. You only said one thing. Empress Clear Shepherd, are you still there? Clear Shepherd in St. Vincent. Are you still there? Empress Clear Shepherd.
Yeah, we have Jeremiah is there to Aluta.
Yeah.
And we have Ras Any there too.
Yeah,
They
man.
can say there too.
Yeah, the sister was here from morning, so I was just shouting her up to see if
She's there?
Yeah, I'm not. She's there, but she's like she's not listening. Umabet, Chaplain.
Chaplainess. Greetings, Rastafari, blessed love, EWF, Nai Bingi, Empress
Blessed.
Menen. Yes, sir.
Blessed.
Blessed love, sister.
Blessed love, Empresses and Rastas.
Go forward, my sister. Go forward. The floor is yours.
Give thanks for inviting me. I wasn't planning to say anything, but I have just qualified as a well-being coach, so I agree with the words that I've heard that yes, it's all about unity and love, and we need to get to work because family is the highest form of technology, and together we're a resource. So we need to build and maintain new projects. So I'm sure we all have the right intention. So let's just do it now. Now is the time.
Yes, blessed love. Sister Lai, she has been on the chat since morning. She's one of the first persons to come on the chat. She hasn't said anything. Sister Lai, can you put on your video? Is it L-E-I or L-E-L? Sister Lai or Sister Lel, are you there? She has been on the chat since morning. She's one of the first persons to come on the chat. Are you still there, Sister Lel? Sister Lyle? Yes.
Greetings. It's Sister Lil. Greetings.
Yes, I.
Blessed love, Rastafari.
Yeah, man, the
Yes,
floor is yours. You've been here since morning. I've been observing you. Can you put on your video so we can see you?
Yes, 1 moment. I have to move. 1 moment. I hope you can see me. Greetings.
Yes. Yeah, man. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Give thanks for the coming. The floor is yours, sister.
Well, give thanks for this meeting because it's been like water in a desert. I think it has been a very inspiring meeting, and it's been wonderful to see many of us coming together. Someone trying to call in? Many of us coming together to actually talk about some key points to do with the foundation of Rastafari, and to look at how we can start to unify and move forward in a collective mindset, and also to change some of our psychology with this disunity that we do have internally, where we have to start looking at ourselves within a oneness, and start moving forward in our progression. Because I think there's many youths who are loxing up with. I'm currently here in Trinidad and Tobago, but I originally, have been living and residing in London for many years. And I think it's one of the areas that our youth are crying out and asking, what is really our foundation? What are we really about? So to hear this kind of coming together and people talking on the ground of how we can move forward as a collective is very inspiring to hear, especially on a Sabbath. So giving thanks.
Yes, Rastafari, Haile Selassie the first. And the Rastafari Global Reasoning is a platform where, just like you go anywhere and you see Rasta, and you come together and we reason about the current issues that we have. That's basically what it is. It's a foundation where we can just sit in, reason about our issues, try and put forward resolutions and progress forward.
Absolutely. And I think this is something that has been greatly needed for a while, because there's a lot of crying out globally. I hear the cry in London, but I hear it more in an area like Trinidad and Tobago. I'm currently in a village called Charlottesville, which is the furthest east of Tobago. And it's a very rural area, and there's a lot of crying out. People need inspiration. They need to understand what is the trod. Many are loxing up without a clear understanding of what Rastafari is about. And they're mixing many of it with the commercial entities that have taken on board Rastafari, which is not to do with our trod. And there needs to be more clarity across the Caribbean regions, because I'm hearing people from other areas of the diaspora, and they have a clarity which is
very inspiring, very forward thinking, and very much about the foundation to which Rastafari was built on. So
Yeah.
I have to say, give thanks to you for hosting this presentation for us and bringing us all together, because it's just something that is so inspiring and so needed within this time, especially when we have all of this pandemic going on and people are being separated and being disunified, and lots of people are starting to become despondent within themselves, within Rastafari, because I'm seeing it here. I'm seeing people not really trodding the trod and not really emulating of what Tafari's words were and what his trod was about.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks
Give
for
thanks.
the eye, Sister Lel.
Yes, give thanks.
Russ, Jeremiah and Russ, come out. I want to ask you a few things, but Russ Kafra from Guyana. Russ Kafra, I've been inviting you onto the platform for a while, and I see that you're here. Can you say a few words, Russ Kafra? Russ Kafra from the Guyana Rastafari Council. Russ Kafra. And Russ Kafra, can you please put on your video also? Russ Kafra. Russ Kafra, are you there? Oh, I'm Russ Kafra. Yes, all right then. I guess Russ Kafra is preoccupied. So Russ Jeremiah, I wanted to ask you, you said that there was some funds being channeled to Shashamane. Can you just give us a synopsis on how that is going, the funding for the situation in Shashamane? Have you received any funds? Has any funds been sent to Ethiopia? Russ Jeremiah.
Haile.
Yes, sir, give thanks.
Selassie the first. I that put I trust in the true and living I, Haile Selassie the first, shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed, but abided forever. As the mountains are round about Ethiopia, so the Most High here, Selassie the first, is round about his people, from henceforth even forever. For the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous, lest the righteous put forth their hands to utter equity. So peace and love shall be upon I, all the sons and daughters of the Most High, Haile I, Selassie the first. Yes, I give thanks to the family once again for the opportunity over land and sea. As I see, and I have many burning issues. And for the past 3 years, this is before the pandemic, and I had brethren from amongst the Nyabingi house in Brooklyn who made the trip to Ethiopia. And upon making the trip, the brethren then became aware that the documentation needed to process the restructuring of the roof, which had been taken off during the administration of a brethren Joseph and a sister in Ijania, who were responsible for the maintenance of the tabernacle at that time. The paperwork was not taken in, and I believe it may be due to the lack of being able to acquire the necessary funding, or even the lack of willingness on someone's, I could assume, because there was a concerted effort amongst some in Shashamane, speaking of turning the Nyabingi Tabernacle into a community center. As I even heard during the last situation with the bulldozer, and I see on social media some people even say, well, it don't make no sense to build back a tabernacle, build a dance hall where everybody could come and do whatever they want to do. And so the Nyabingi Tabernacle funding drive has been going on for 3 years. And I would see, as much as I would try to encourage it and even post it on certain social media platforms, you have some individuals who would do a lot of undercutting Because as I start launch Nyabingi Tabernacle Development Fundraiser Project in Brooklyn, and I start see individuals in Brooklyn start keep fundraisers saying Nyabingi Tabernacle Project. You see, cause accountability and misappropriation is one of the big discouragements among Sinai. You know, that when it comes to putting your money where your mouth is, you find a lot of individuals get quiet and everybody start look the next direction. And so it's hard to find out the centralized funds. The Nyabingi House administration of Shashamani has a bank account for all these years. And before I started any initial fundraising towards that initiative of the renovation of the roof and other parts of the tabernacle, and I made full inquiry of asking, well, who exactly is on the bank account? That was one of the first questions, because it seemed for some reason Rastafari bucket does have a hole. And as much as it try to fill it up with water, is not reaching where it's supposed to, and something don't really add up. And when you start ask questions and turn on the light, no one never really have an answer. But as I start made inquiry of who were the individuals on the bank account, and I find that at least 2 or 3 individuals removed themselves from the bank account. Okay. When individuals eventually took the paperwork to the municipality building, the Brethren Ras Corey and 2 other angels from amongst the Brooklyn House, Ras Culture, and the Brethren, I can't remember the next, I think it's Maluku. The Brethren call himself now known as the teacher among Sinai. These Brethren, with the involvement of Brother Julian, the architect, the brother known as Teach, who started the first Rastafari school on Shashamani land grant. He drew the blueprint for the roof and everything was processed according to building department specifications. Individuals told I, well, send the money to the account that they have for the project. And I believe the first initial funds that I collected, which majority of the funds I have been sending to Ethiopia, are from amongst I in the Brooklyn Nyabingi House. Haile Selassie the first moral theocracy reign, Ivan out of the Nyabingi. And I have put out the word to different brethren and sistren over land and sea, but I have seen few, a fraction, which I always encourage to direct the funds towards the tabernacle in Ethiopia. The tabernacle has a bank account, so I don't need to collect funds from individuals on behalf of that project as much as I are initiating it. And I already realized we can't really wait on the tardy allies, as I Majesty show and I know that many ones have been to Shashamani, seen the situation of the tabernacle and returned with no interest, not even mentioning of the condition. And I see ones have reached to the tabernacle and say that they are planning to start a renovation project and they have not done so. So I know things does occur in life, and this is again prior to COVID, but here I now after COVID situation, we're seeing due to the atrocity, the interest has now come forward. So I give thanks, and the funds that first reached the bank account, I believe they were being held up somewhat, because what would happen, funds would be collected that are intended for a specific project, but for some reason, the funds are usually misdirected towards something else. And this at times may be done out of ignorance by the congregation or ones involved, because I tired see funds that are designated for a specific project or initiative go towards veggie chunks and food, and go towards just specific other things like ISIS or even sometimes funerals. So to avoid this, I started sending the money directly to Ras Corey. And upon sending the funds directly to Ras Corey, I'm not sure if ones have seen the photos prior to the damage. This tabernacle roof had reached to the second phase of where the gold was being affixed. The initial cost of the project from the expected budget was at least 17,000 US, which would be consisting of not just the renovation of the roof, but all other amenities that the tabernacle needed since completion from 96, which there was just a fraction left, like the outer bars for the outer courtyard, which was mainly what faced the destruction. The inner tabernacle and the work that was even done, none of that had faced any obstruction with the current bulldozer atrocity. But at the same time, the work was never fully completed from 96 from the Centenary Committee, which consisted not just of Nyabinghi Angels. You see, it was a global initiative that saw the need to set a Nyabinghi tabernacle in Shashamane. And they came together for that specific cause. Dr. Benji, Brother Solo, Ross Moya, many who have trod on now. And the funding became an issue long after the completion of the project, where ones were saying, well, what happened to the money from that project? Where I now are seeing the tabernacle. So there's always a lot of suspicion when it comes to money, especially amongst the people who don't really like to donate and strengthen financially. So over the period of time, roughly it's at least $6,000 possibly towards the project has gone forward. And I could say clearly that majority of that funds has come from Nyabinghi administration of Brooklyn. And not I alone, you have brethren from Tran, I believe, had sent some funds also, $1,000, I believe it is. I'm not sure if they have sent any more since then, seeing that Glenn was recently in Ethiopia, even though there was a lot of static during the time that he was there. So Jeremiah personally does not collect any funds for the tabernacle as per se an individual. The Nyabinghi administration of Brooklyn, which is the first registered house of Nyabinghi in America, initiates specific projects. Right now, I are doing a bottle redemption project because it's 5 cents for a bottle, don't? You take it back to the store, you get 5 cents. And I have also initiated the project of distributing Ethiopian merchandise, of which I send forward funds to Ras Corey for the Ethiopian merchandise, and he sends forward the merchandise to I pay for shipping and handling, sell the Ethiopian merchandise, build up the profit, and keep that project going on likewise. So I don't want anyone to assume, as I've heard from early, even from amongst ones on Tran, that they don't know what's happening with the money. If they don't know what's happening with the money, they need to look and see what was done before the bulldozer situation. And Ras Corey has all receipts. And whether I send the money Western Union or I send it to the development account, which the Brooklyn House in New York has established a development account or the development account in Ethiopia for not just specifically the Tabernacle project, but for other intended projects that I see. And I cannot wait on individuals who you would think they have a greater interest towards this, especially those who were in Ethiopia in 1992. Some have not returned to Africa at all since 1992. So the Tabernacle Initiative is still an ongoing initiative. And I'm sure ones may have come across this flyer on social media, but I'm not sure how many ones reposted it. And the account information for the Shashamane Nyabinghi Tabernacle is on the posting, you see? So, and I have to be mindful of the history. And in closing, I don't want to take too long, but I just want to highlight that the moral reality, as the King say, is international morality is at stake, you know? Because it's easy to come on a social platform and make high platitudes and make I myself look good. You see, but for the years that I have been trotting, as I also said, I have chosen 12 of you, but one of you is a devil. And as much as we give this impression a lot of times that I is all one Rastafari, I have not seen that. This is what I are witnessing right now. So highlighting the elder brethren Jonas, reason in which I give thanks to hear the history of the testimony of a one who could say that they were familiar with Bedward and Dunkley and so forth, because this is what is lacking. Eyewitness testimony and the witness. And the brethren's reason is not to be overlooked, because that is part of the key problem somewhat facing I. Mix up mood and attitude, philosophy versus prophecy. As I are seeing now, you have many ones who are fighting against the I book and fighting the Bible. I don't know where they have seen dreadlock manifestation first revealed in the West, other than through the scripture. Everyone grew up hearing the Samson story in Sunday school, but it's them elders from that island in the Caribbean, Jamaica, we start put on that dreadlock covenant as the prophecy say in Revelation. And I beheld 144,000 having the Father's name written in their forehead in the likeness of the Son of Man. But I see now many ones indeed are reinterpreting Rastafari. So when Jonas highlight the point, reflecting the history, and I know that Nyabinghi has become an offense that even though all I may be there in the tabernacle at times, different ones of different persuasions of how they see Rastafari, not all I agree. And I see the great prophet God before he passed declared that Haile Selassie is not the Christ and Ethiopia is not the promised land. Are some of ones among Sinai still holding that philosophy? How can they see Sinai tabernacle as sacred if they don't see Haile Selassie as divine? Will Sinai place of worship be considered sacred? So these are things that are to be meted out in some time in the future. The focus on Shashamane is to be that any sound that one is putting forward, whether it's be on social media or wherever you may be in your locale, let that sound come forward from Zion. Corey's number is always available. Ones are to tune into the Shashamane administration of Nyabingi Tabernacle to hear what the sound is. And I cannot start to get different sounds from different locations, as this is one of the key problems again when it came to the Ethiopian World Federation and the administration of the land grant. You had some saying, well, Solomon Wolf is the administrator, but some said, no, Gladstone Robinson is the administrator. Was this the cause why Mama Ba did not get the assistance she needed to acquire land, that she had to go to the palace? It's not to go around the federation, and I know that the early federation members, as it is not a prerequisite of the federation to observe Her Majesty's divinity, nor Ital Livity, right? So you had individuals who were Black Americans who told the Jamaicans that the land was for Black Americans, not Jamaicans. And then you had ones who said, well, the land is not for Rastafari, it's for Black Americans. So there's a lot of things that have to work out. A lot of things that have to work out amongst Federation, where I being in New York, witnessed the two locals, or the one local that rather split into two before they ended up in court proceedings and court battles. I are praying that Her Majesty sort that out, that I as a people collectively can have that one voice that the Ethiopian World Federation is supposed to represent in its capacity. You see, so I'm not looking to encourage any splintering, but ones have to start to be honest. Does everyone on this group here observe the words of the scripture to be divine? Is everyone on this platform observing the Holy Bible? As Her Majesty say, the Bible shall be the rallying point of humanity. And I see a set of brethren on social media stay attacking the scripture. And I know the great Mutabaruka is one of them also. So when the youth them get confused that they're going to go one way and hear somebody give them a reasoning about the faith, and then they go next direction. His Majesty is the Minister of Education. You cannot make wise decisions unless you're educated. And unless someone is educated, you are likened unto the beast. This is where you would easily turn to violence and end up in jail because you can't express yourself. You can't put your words together. You don't have the patience to be able to hear someone that you disagree with, that you could come to a resolute conclusion. So Nyabingi is not trying to redefine itself, you know. But I know that this is a time of the separation of the sheep and the goat and the wheat and the tares. For there shall be many who say, Lord, Lord, we have cast out demons in your name. And he shall say, go from me, you workers of iniquity. I know you not. I am not selling myself any fairy tale. Those individuals who conspired against the tabernacle are to be held to account. The reason that the Mau Mau were so effective as a liberation movement in East Africa is because they were able to identify, isolate, and deal with appropriately the infiltrators and the traders amongst them. So we're not calling for harm or violence. We're just calling for knowledge within, well, what is happening? Who said what? Who did what? It's that simple. Not he say, she say, because I'm sure the government can tell us directly who the individuals were. You see? So we have to be honest in all I approach. As I are here in Brooklyn, New York, and I heard ones on the line highlight the fact of 3 different administrations. I knew of 2. I didn't know there was a 3rd one that jumped into the ring, because where the caucus is where the eagles would be gathered. Nothing ever dead in Brooklyn, you know. But I know that before I leave Halsey Street, which was the property of a brethren and sister amongst the assemble, Aini Bastik and her brethren Ras Soro, that upon the situation that took place, that I eventually had to leave the location and the building was taken over by a 7-day administrator. I had a brethren, a key angel amongst Sinai, one of the key brethren from in the early days of Prospect Park ISIS, 40 odd years ago. Tell I need to leave the building. If we don't have no shame, we need to come out. And when one's asked him why, he said, because as a master plumber, he is to get the contract to renovate the building and we are keeping him back. And I have come too far to play with this thing, you know. And like, as I'm looking at my good sister in there, Sister Ifia, every time I don't get the opportunity to hear the I would always say again, thy father, Ari Irons, from I known him since 1994, he has said we have become a dean of faculties. And Ras Ari Irons, with the help of Ras Firm and other brethren, initiated the Rastafari Einity reasoning in Medgar Evers 1994. And at that Einity reasoning, you had a key brethren by the name of Ascento Fox. And Ascento Fox basically lambasted everyone on stage and said they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And he was somewhat right, but his approach was very much wrong because every message is just as good as the ambassador. And I overlooked the time that Ascento Fox threatened I personally, with all type of thing. For what cause, I do not know, because I never met him before, He just came to my place of business and basically threatened I with violence to let I know that he controls Rastafari. Ascento Fox was a state chaplain in the prison system in New York for many years. And I don't fight anyone, And as the king say, if they are not fighting him, then they are for him. So and I give thanks to see that the strength of Ascento Fox represented all in all within what the Imperial Ethiopian World Federation is to highlight is that there is a Crown Council. There is a continuity of administration from Her Majesty's government after the Derg that I fail to recognize because this is a bond that forces are trying to sever. As Ermiah said, if we are seeking strength with repatriation and reparations, the Crown Council is here. Shashamani land grant is Crown Council land in the end of the day. So let me be honest with our approach when we speak about love and harmony. Because after I leave Halsey Street, and I also now for 10 years was on another location in Bedford-Stuyvesant that was owned by a retired state Supreme Court judge. I would encourage ones to Google his name, because I heard one's made inquiry and I didn't really respond because I was waiting to see who make a response, The owner of this property when I had as a Nyabingi Tabernacle for 10 years was Judge John Lawrence Phillips Jr. And John Lawrence Phillips Jr. gave I, Jeremiah, the key for this property, of which I did not set up a personal business, nor did I open a dance hall, and I liquidated to the Nyabingi administration. You see, and the king put I in a position that I was able to assist the judge as a Black Power militant man that the system, FBI, IRS, came after this man because of his holdings and his stance as a Black Power man in America. And for that time that I had that relationship with Judge Phillips, you had individuals from amongst the Nyabingi house who went to Judge Phillips and say, Jeremiah is this, Jeremiah is that. Why did you give him the key? So we're seeing this over and over again. As Ayesa said, I have chosen 12 of you, but one of you is a devil. So whether it's Scott Pass or whether it's Shashamani, there will always be this little bag of wire spirit among Sinai. And until I root out them type of cancer, and I will go through the similar situations. But the youth of the next generation always find alternative means. This is why I were able to directly send the money to Corey so we could actually see the progress of the tabernacle roof. Some still have not directed any funds towards that. Jeremiah is not soliciting any funds for the tabernacle personally. And I labor and strain in Old York when I did, fighting the beast to put strength towards that tabernacle project because we see a set of people not interested in that. Now they have gained interest. I am sure once I've seen that advertisement for Nyabingi Restoration of Tabernacle Project and just overlooked it. But if you're Sinai sitting down collecting money off of something, we're not on that. Anyone could check our files in Brooklyn, New York. That's why what we witnessed with those other individuals that destroyed here Selassie I bank account and live off of it, pay their rent with it, buy the veggie chunks with it. We are not associating ourselves with them. Straight up to stain up I name, that when I now launch projects in the future, let me calm down because it's very passionate, to I. That when I solicit or ask for funds in the future, the first things people say, oh, y'all are the ones that stole the money. Where's the Snoop Dogg money that he passed? Where's the Ganja Roots Fest money? Where's the Rastafari family CD money from Ras Records? That was supposed to be a percentage to the Scott Pass Tabernacle. So we have to stop playing them games because we live in New York, where your word is all you have, And we have to be careful how they live and saying things in Rastafari name because it will be a judgment. And what I are witnessing, ones could call it what they may. And as I close, I would ask ones, if they have information declaring that a road was designated in that specific area prior to I would even say 92. And I would love to see the proof of that documentation. From what I'm aware of, as I have been privy to brethren of the Ethiopian World Federation, even the two factions here in Old York, supporting the two, and I don't know who is who. We don't watch no face along that line, but certain commitment, as to say pledge, and I never pledge. And I stay giving strong support. But the Federation representation of Ronald Pennycook and brethren Ras Nimba over the years would show I certain documentation, especially as the brethren highlighted tonight, the intended plan for development. Within that plan of intended development, was there ever a specific road designated in that spot? And unless one can prove that, which I know there is not, they are to stop repeating that the road was planned for that area and the Bingi House built the tabernacle there anyway. That is not true. As Mama Ba said, before she did any building on her property, she went to the municipality office. And I am not dunce. Because you have a set of ones out there saying I elders were dunce and they can't read, you know. Very disrespectful. That's why everybody trying to form their own organization now. But I doubt they're going to reach where Naya Bingi Momentum reach. We are not in no competition. We're not telling you come join. We're not saying that because you didn't do this, this is why that happened. Once you stop that behavior, stop making Rastafari look like a secret society that you and your friend them have all the information. If you feel you have that empowerment to share it with I, that is what I want us to do. So we're to be honest with the I approach, we're to reflect within history, even if it may make I feel bad. Who have more problem than Naya Bingi right now? So we're not on no cover up. We're not covering up no scandals. We're shining the light because it's fire and fire can't burn fire. Open rebuke is better than secret love. And if I put away scripture and I are putting away the prophecy and we're leaving the youth them to wander in Egypt. For I shall say unto the north, give up, into the south, keep not back. Send thy sons from afar and thy daughters from the ends of the earth, all those who are called by thy name. What is that name? Rastafari. So we're not in no competition with I brethren to do Rastafari work, you know. Kind I sit up as you can see the brethren in that enough. Everybody want to be the first vice president, chairman, the high priest, fire burn all them position. Be not masters of many, for one art your master in Zion. And until we become the servant, without looking at reward. When I see the pictures from Ethiopia where Corey sent forward, is Ethiopians doing the work, helping them. Where are the Rastafari brethren in Shashamani who live in there? They're on social media complaining that they can't do this and they can't do that. Why are you not helping to build a tabernacle? You're right there in Shashamani. Is it because you are one of the conspirators planning to get a kickback when the development take place? Because we knew about the conspiracy against the tabernacle, you know. And once told I don't do it because you don't have the Carter plan and you don't have this. And we said, now, man, it looked like we need to step up because they're going to have a more reason to get rid of everything from the roof is on that tabernacle. You see? So I have to be honest and remember that Her Majesty government is not the government in power. I am not politicians that you say, well, you do this for me, I do this for you. You give me a little space, I don't protest. I were planning to reach the Ethiopian embassy in Manhattan on the same 16th and deliver a hand-addressed letter to the embassy simultaneously with the protests in South Africa. As the elders say, the brethren in South Africa is I army. It's only them can mobilize thousands at the drop of a dime, as they would say, General Tao Tao. Everywhere else, you can only get a handful of brethren to come back, all them caught up in corridorship lifestyle. And from Babylon, open up this ganja availability so you could get rich in the West, you know. I said to them, ain't study in Africa again. You think we're fool? From the Babylon government in Jamaica, tell them, say, we're going to give you indigenous rights. I said to them, who's supposed to be on this platform? They're not on there. They are the ones who are up front in the Rastafari movement. And I know them personally. So we're not coming to play games with this journey right now, you know, because what I see elders go through in a harder time, and they did more work. They didn't have internet, they didn't have social media, and I using social media to war and cuss one another. And 1997, when brethren from the Ethiopian World Federation right here in New York inform on ones in Ethiopia and contact the government of Ethiopia and say that there are illegal settlements being built on Shashamani. The Ethiopian government, being surprised that Rasta calling against Rasta, they went to the Shashamani land grant, and what they saw impressed them because they saw development of properties. They saw foreign currency coming in. That time it was 7-1, not 50-1 like it is now. That means $1 was 7 birr. Now is $1 is 50 birr. We know set up ones not tuning into Ethiopia, and we know it's not to be held against them. There are a lot of distractions. And I were distracted in Old York for a while too, you know, because you have people fighting for power. But when we start focusing on Ethiopia, we say, yeah, this is a reality that they don't want us to focus on. If I shall forget the old Ethiopia, let thy right hand forget his cunning. We have to be careful. So when the government went to Shashamani, they said, we like what you guys are doing. We are going to include this whole area in the upgrade and development plan. We need you guys, as they call in INI, kind of bun guy, you know, called enough guy hiding and it's this guy's indeed. Well, they said they need INI to get together and get representatives because they know that we are divided. And the first problem with that get together, who is going to be in charge? Because like I say, and I are still not addressing the faction situation within Federation that has made it stagnant, not to mention the situation with Evans upon his visit to Ethiopia, 1950 odd. We're not speaking about what Prophet Gad attempted to do to Solomon Wolf when he went to Ethiopia. We are not speaking directly on why is the Federation authority in Shashamani lacking in comparison to JRDC, which is an NGO in cooperation with the government. This is why we have seen that letter. So time is short, and I are now witnessing what Bowdoin is calling the fourth industrial revolution. And I are here in America where your constitutional rights are being taken away. Your freedom of speech is being taken away, right? So we have to understand that what we're seeing in Ethiopia, that is not Her Majesty government. And I also are calling for restoration of the Solomonic monarchy, constitutional monarchy we calling for. So for these few words, I man give thanks. And I want is free to contact I for further information of the Tabernacle project, because you see, and I don't force nothing on nobody. Because just like I said, I don't want to see this Tabernacle situation go like it went with Scott Pass. And give thanks for the daughter highlighting the fact that we have a lot of homeless as a result of the closing of that land in Scott Pass. And we're still not asking the pertinent questions to the pertinent people. So just as one's asked what's happening with the Shashamani money.
We will,
Ones are to ask Ivai, Ayavi, and the settled ones in Jamaica, what is happening with the Scott Pass Tabernacle?
I pray
Yes,
thee,
sir.
Jeremiah.
Eileen.
My brother, we're not gonna be. I understand what you're saying, and we're willing to work alongside you to do this work. Well, we have a try not to also call certain ones people name, because this platform is an open platform for everyone to have the freedom.
That's why if it's open, I'm supposed to be able to openly speak.
My brother,
If it's open, I should openly be able to speak freely.
I pray thee, Majesty, do not call our brothers and sisters' name in this forum on the platform where we are. This is a neutral platform. You could have any of them there today.
But here what?
to speak
This
to
is why
trash out this.
Nyabingi is different.
Jeremiah,
Nyabingi.
on Thursday, we'll be having a office meeting where we can come together and reason more about this, because you're talking some very important things in which we're not taking it lightly. We're going to work with what you're saying. We are with you, but we want to protect you same time. I want to protect the platform. I want to make sure that Rastafari work done and finish, that all the youth for the future can have a better light, love and light. We love you. We give thanks for all the years that you've been toiling and doing this with Ras Corey. I think Ras Corey is alone down there, and we need to see how we get someone to stand up with him down there too. And he wanted to get the lawyer to help him. We want to see if that's a good idea. So we need more things to do. You understand
and I
me?
told Ras Corey to get a lawyer from 3-4 months ago. And I have been monitoring this situation very closely. And I have been waiting for that lawyer recommendation prior to all this, because we have seen the conspiracy. So for these few words, I man give thanks. And I know that we cannot be lukewarm. If you're lukewarm, he will spit you out of his mouth. So Nyabingi is unquenchable fire and is loving fire to all our brethren and sisters. I don't want anyone to take any of our words of offense, but the truth is an offense, but not a sin. Rastafari.
Give him an ear.
Selassie, Jah.
Aye, Kadamawi, speak to it, Rasta.
Rastafari.
Yeah, man, real fire burning. A little fire for burning, because search out. Yeah, man, the little fire for burning, man.
Rasta, we have to protect the warriors then.
Yeah, man, I saw it, man. A protection said we end up where the eye attack a choke. I ain't there for front, for back up where the eye said. Yeah, man. And I'm not joke thing. I can straighten where the eye says a real truth.
Yes,
without
I.
any apology. Yeah, man.
Yes, I give thanks. Empress Casey. Empress Casey, are you there? Empress Casey.
Aluta, you
Yes,
have
sir.
Russ I Komowe from New York. He's there too, you know. We have to see
Yeah,
up in
man.
New York.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But we are do a male and female thing as you've been
All
saying.
right. How do you that? Oh, yeah, all right.
Yes,
All right,
Empress
Mr. Knight.
Empress Casey.
Yes, I. Blessed love.
Yeah, man. Can you put on your video also so we can see the eye? Yeah,
We love
man.
a Rasta Knight, just deal with
Yeah,
it,
man.
man.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours, Empress Casey.
I really didn't come prepared to give any speech, just Rastafari. Give thanks to Sister Poochie, my sister-in-law for the Ivite. Blessed Sabbath to everyone. Rastafari, live it forever and ever. Selassie.
Ja Rastafari.
Let's go back to New York. Let's go back to Olak. Let's go back to Olak.
Ras Kamau. Ras I Kamau, are you there? Ras Kamau.
The sister is speaking. Is she finished?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she sealed
Oh,
forward.
okay.
And all right, Sister Walete Gabriel. Sister Walete.
There. There.
Yes, Il. Who's that?
Forward.
Early.
Yes, I. Who's that?
Come on, I'm the Zion brethren.
Oh, okay. You finally come forward. Yes, I.
Yeah, well, I come forward on this one here, but the video no show this way. When I come forward with the video, then I have no audio.
No problem. No problem. Gone through Zion.
So I would like to say greetings to everyone. Nagu salam. Abakudus kinamawi ayeliai. Selassie the first King Rastafari. Sila. Fine, I will sing a mercy and judgment to thee, O Lord, Eliai. Selassie the first King Rastafari, and I sing. And I behave myself wisely in the Ifit way. And I walk with thy house with an Ifit heart. And I set no wicked thing before thine eyes. I hate the works of them eternal sight. You shall not cleave the eye and eye. And for our heart should depart from eye, and I shall not know a weak heart person. Whoso previously slandered his neighbor, him will I cut off. He that has a high look and a proud heart, will not I and I suffer. For my eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with I. He that walk in the Ifit way, he shall serve I. He that practices deceit, he's not tarry in thy house. He that telleth lies, shall not tarry in thy sight. For I shall early rise and destroy all the wicked of the land, and to make cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Most High. Eli, Selassie the first. King Rastafari. Sila, Selassie. Yes, I give thanks. And we say, I give thanks for this time and this judgment, But this judgment long time been coming, So my question is, how did I remove the sword of pestilence and disobedience from off of I nation, along with unrepentance? But we see the pestilence been going on a long time. So what I not doing in the eyes of the Father and in the correct way? And how long shall I tarry in these ways? But we check the foundation from a long time. And I hear ones say this and I want to say that. And the ones even go to the point where they say, well, all right. A man said they're upon the land grant. A man said the EWF is another Rastafari mansion. EWF never know Rastafari mansion. But a man can just say sideline the things and man want to push other things forward from the beginning where it show I and I. But we set the foundation. And we said Elder Leonard Howell. He's the first man that asked for the Federation to come to Jamaica, They put this news in the Ethiopian World Federation organ, the Voice of Ethiopia. December 31st, 1938. They show you on the front page of the paper that from Jamaica, British West Indies, inspiration come from a man named Leonard P. Howell, asking for the Federation to come to Jamaica to get more legitimate contact with the royal house of Ethiopia. So the federation go forward to Jamaica, and a local was established with all of our front line elders coming into that local. But yet it's still our sight that Elder Howell was the first one to break away from this local and go establish the Ethiopian Salvation Society, which is fine and good. But you can't establish yourself without the federation. If you establish yourself through the federation, then you have to be established as a unit working under the federation and not totally cut yourself off from the Ethiopian World Federation. And then we come forward from that now to the Youth Black Faith being established, because when the federation go to Jamaica, they have the first Black preamble that come forward from that. It says, we, the Black people of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Before that, the man didn't have no constitution in no orderly ways in that way. Enough ones took that framework and they moved out of that thing, but they kept the same framework to establish their own things that they want to run. So, man said we have to examine the past to see how we get to where we are today. And it started a watershed movement of ones breaking away from the federation. Because the Youth Black Faith was in the federation, and they called it the Youth Black Faith because they never adopted the name Nyabingi yet. But they still had loyalty to the Majesty through the Black preamble. That's why it was called the Youth Black Faith. Then the Jamaican Glenna come publishing propaganda against the king, saying Haile Selassie is the leader of a secret order called Nyabingi in Africa, fighting against colonialism. And I father never do no thing in no secret. And I father stand up for truth and rights in reality, not under the rug, nowhere where the man had to come and say it's a secret order where the man dealing with something. So the man see that thing, and the man come forward now with the Nyabingi. But yet it's still within that, the man can come forward with Nyabingi. Naya meaning Noah, and Bingi means the sons of Noah. But no, the man take this thing to a whole nother thing. But the man said it's a queen in Africa called Nyabingi who's fighting against colonialism, which will come forward again when our daughters in Nyabingi start vexing and say, well, wait a minute. The thing called name from a woman, why I can't do this? Why I can't touch the harp? Why I can't come forward to the Bingi during this time? Why do I don't see this thing as a filthy thing? So that thing right there caused enough problems today within I, coming from them times when Ethiopia was just I divine name as Ethiopians. And then you get forward, another local come out of Jamaica, and they come out of 12 tribes, come out of that local. The 12 tribes established out of that local in Jamaica. And they took the same constitution now, and they move uptown, and now they want to get more money coming out of the reggae, and now they want to have white members and other people, another races, a part of their group. So now they want to take up the name 12 tribes, but they still not really hailing the Majesty and the Almighty. But Haile Selassie first already memorialized himself in I Constitution, where the man said, okay, if I don't see the king in that light, I can establish a local, but at your local, you're going to have to teach your members about the king and teach your members the king legacy as the leader of I liberation and I unity. Enough thing that them carry astray for I, even in the West, through the civil rights movement. I never have no civil rights movement. My name is Amdi Zion, the chaplain of the Ethiopian World Federation, local number 49, Mayor Safari, Selma, Alabama, Atlanta, and Savannah, Georgia. Right now, I'm in the field office in Pensacola, and we've been working around the whole South. But I know that we didn't have no rights until the King come here in 1954. The King come to America May 25th, 1954. But let us revisit now. Because when the ones go forward to Jamaica with the Ethiopian World Federation from Harlem, the man was blacker than black. But yet at the same time, you had Madam C.J. Walker and all of these ones moving and doing things with invention. Black people discover themselves how they could do their hair like this way, the hair this way. So the man see the man coming in, and the sister, they got perms, but not like the perms of today. And the people checking for how they look on the outside, but they're not checking for the sound that the ones coming with, blacker than black. Because the sister, Dr. Malakuli Bayan Queen, daughter of Bayan, she put forth a prayer during the time. She put forth a prayer for deliverance of Ethiopia. And the prayer for deliverance in Ethiopia, the prayer said, O God of our fathers and Lord of mercy, who has made all things by thy word and ordained man through thy wisdom, that he should have dominion over the creatures which thou hast made, and over the world according to equity and righteousness, and execute judgment with an upright heart. Give wisdom to thy servant, Emperor Haile Selassie I, thine elect, whom thou hast raised up from the east to deliver and mete out thy judgments to the nations of the world. Bestow upon him, we pray, wisdom in like measure as unto Solomon, that he may sway the scepter of thy promise with equity and in righteousness, righteous judgment to all who have robbed and bespoiled us. Have mercy upon us, Lord God of all, and send thy fear upon the nations that seek not after thee. Lift up thy hand upon the strange nations who have possessed us, and let them see thy power. As thou wast sanctified in us before them, so be thou magnified among them before us. Let them know thee. We have known thee, that there is no God but only thou, O Jah. Show new signs and make strange wonders. Raise up in the nations in your wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy our enemies. Remember thy covenant. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Shorten the day, O Jah, God, that thy people everywhere shall stretch forth their hands unto thee. Let them that spoil us everywhere be consumed with the rage of thy fire, and let them perish that oppress and rob us continually. Have mercy upon thy peculiar people who are called by thy name and scattered among the nations. Give courage to those that possess thee, and frustrate the designs of the enemies within and without, and return their evils upon their own heads. Reward them that faithfully serve in their leading thy people everywhere, and destroy our enemies speedily, that they would know that there is no God like unto Ethiopia's God. Hasten the day of universal brotherhood, when all mankind shall invoke thy name in spirit and in truth, when idolatry and superstition shall no longer enslave our minds or blind our eyes. Help us to know and keep thy commandments. Hear our prayers and fill us with thy true spirit, that all who dwell upon the earth may know that thou art the only God, the everlasting and eternal God. Haile Selassie I. This is the prayer that Dr. Malakuli Bayan, Queen, Dr. E. Bayan, put together. The prayer for Ethiopia's deliverance that they call for all Ethiopian World Federation locals to be said 3 times a day. Now, one's looking at the outside and burning out the outside, but not checking for the black sound that's coming forward from the item. because Harlem is the renaissance of the blackness during that time. There's no other blackness to come forward from that. Ethiopianism come up out of the South from the cotton fields from a long time now. So the ones right there in Jamaica that rejected the Ethiopian World Federation from them time, they rejected the Ethiopian World Federation starting tribalism. Because they call I Yankees. The Yankees coming from America, which is the white man's shadow, not really checking for the sound that the king come. I celebrate the king coming to Jamaica, and the king stay in Jamaica 3 days. But the king come to America in 1954, and the king stay in America a month and try down through the places. And everywhere he go, the people run before him, pulling down the segregation signs before the king. But they have never done away with segregation yet. You know, they gave the king a 21 gun salute at Fort Benning. Yeah, I pray the eye.
Yeah, I pray the
Yes, I.
Yeah, Ras Pookie.
Yes, I. Hold a second, fire. I pray the eye. Because I remember waiting a long time to speak. I listened to one.
When speak good, him can mix up good with bad and understand them reason them. So go ahead, Alota.
Yeah. What I'm trying to establish with the ones is that this forum is not. No. Can you please listen?
I'm building this. I pray the eye. I'm building this thing to show the eye the point that I'm getting across. If I just be patient.
Yes, but you're saying some very divisive things between the different houses.
We're gonna cut him off. Don't continue. You won't continue, my friend.
Ras Bookie, what I'm trying to explain to the brethren is that this meeting is not a meeting where we're gonna rehash certain things that is happening within our community. This meeting is a meeting that we are trying to get solutions to the problem that is in front of us. Now I understand what you're saying, that some of the problems are because of divisions within the Ethiopian World Federation and divisions within the different houses. We are not interested in that. We are going to put another meeting to specifically deal with the divisions that has come up, as you said, since 1938. In another meeting, we are going to try and bring some of the leaders who attend our meetings together in one space and see if we can come up with a progressive plan that we can say, okay, those that are in New York, those that are in Ethiopia of the Ethiopian World Federation, this is the representation that we want. And so I understand totally what you are saying. And the brethren Jeremiah, he also gave some of the history that caused these divisions. We don't want to, for this meeting, we don't want to rehash those divisive ideas. We want to go ahead and establish, okay. So one of the things we started with, because I noticed that you weren't here at the beginning, one of the ideas that we are saying is that we want to stand for Rastafari. The plan is for the 16th of June that we have a campaign, whether you want to go on social media and say hashtag stand for Rastafari or stand with Rastafari, you use your social media presence to stand for Rastafari or stand with Rastafari. Also, as the brethren was saying about going to the Ethiopian embassy in New York and presenting the letter, these are the things that we're saying, progressive movements, standing for Rastafari, standing with Rastafari. So we don't want to go against another group or talk about another group, not in this meeting. We will have another meeting where we can hash out the things between the different organizations and create a spearhead for our negotiations and for our progress for the community.
So today is about getting consensus, right? About standing with Rastafari on the 16th of June, as it is the Earth Strong of Leonard Howell. Respecting our founding fathers, respecting our elders, and respecting ourselves. We cannot journey 1,000 miles without taking one step. We must take the first step. And the first step is respecting ourselves. And that's why we say, stand with Rastafari. Cross the board, right? Whether you are 12 tribes, Nyabingi, Orthodox, Ethiopian World Federation, it doesn't matter. Stand with Rastafari. So can we say, and I want a show of hands, that on the 16th of June, we are going to push this campaign of standing with Rastafari, either by hashtag on social media or by rallying. We don't want to call it a demonstration or a protest. Rallying. Can we have a show of hands who want to do that, who agree? Yes, there is a icon that you can press. There you go. Yes, Empress Althea, go ahead. While the ones are putting up their hands.
Yes, indeed. So just want there to recognize as well that the 16th is, as I know it, will be celebrated as the Honorable Leonard Howell's Earth Day, and that they will be gathering on the land that is in dispute at this time, because that's what I and I are talking about. They're in Pinnacle on the 16th. They'll be holding the drums, holding the vibration. So I think I and I also need to touch in with the grounds to ensure that they too reckon with this position that I and I are taking here today. Queen Mother Catherine Howell, I'm not sure if she's still here, and to ensure that she too is in agreement, because they know as the unity is what I and I are calling for, and it has to be done in a transparent and an accountable manner, as that has been lacking through time, as many ones have expressed, and as I came on forward on the line and heard Anna's brethren, as Jeremiah was expressing. So touch base with them on the ground there, and Sister Catherine Howell, and to ensure that everyone are in tune with that spirit of science that should be taking place on that day, and what it is that I and I are signing on to, and that all of I and I are clear on the mandate that it will be pronounced here today. Give thanks and Isis.
Yes, Empress, give thanks.
Aluta, Brady, want to say something to you too. We have a sister from Jamaica, very active in the movement in Jamaica, right here on board. She's named the Queen. She's been there for a long time. Can you give her a speech a moment, please? We hear her a little bit. She's coming on the same topic about how well is on all of this. Give her a moment. Queen.
Why you draw me out?
She has must allow the people to call people the name, but we can't do that, sister. Hey.
The only thing I can say is that listening is good more times. And
identify your name and where you're calling from, sister, please.
Queen Aisha, Kingston, Jamaica. Anyway, what I'm saying is, listening to everything, it's just like the normal reasonings. You're listening and trying to clarify. I'm not one of those that believe you're not to call out names. So, so the part there, me and Ras Jeremiah, they're on the same level with that. But anyways, because I don't know the fullness of some of the things, I personally wouldn't get into that, because I am a 12 tribe member, as you all know. I moved with Nyabingi, that people think I'm Nyabingi because there's a lot of works there, I see a lot of things happening there that I don't really support or embrace, even with 12 tribes, there are things that I don't embrace. You know, most of the mansions, them like splitting and all kind of things happening. But these things are normal and natural. As I'm saying, many called few chosen, the careless Ethiopian will fall with Babylon and all them things, you know. So I'm not even surprised about anything that is happening. So those who have like mind and spirit, it will come together, you know, and the things that will happen. But the way for talking, now go work. The solutions now, you know.
Yes, I give thanks, Empress Marcia.
No, not Empress, Queen, not
Give her a
Empress,
Elia.
please.
Aluta, give
Not
her
in
a Elia. Selassie,
not
hi.
in the Empress, please. Not in the
Rastafari.
not in the Empress. No
The
Empress, please.
hard-working sister, that one hard-working sister that Aluta.
Yeah, man. Queen Aisha.
Thank you.
Give thanks. This is one of the solutions that we're putting forward. A campaign to stand with Rastafari, to kind of centralize the the movement and the work towards Shashamani, and making it a first step that we can also work on the other things in the community. I find that one of the ways that we can achieve the unity that we are fighting for is to just focus on one thing, just one dege. And everyone is up in arms with what is happening with Shashamani. So we see it as a rallying point that we can rally around this issue and not protesting the Ethiopian government and not protesting anyone, but just to say that we are standing with Rastafari and we are for Rastafari. So that's why we see it as, if we can do this one thing, then we can do one next thing. One step, two step. A journey of 1,000 miles begin with one step. And so that's
So
why.
long. Look how long years now. I mean, I'm in it 40 years, and trust me, or more, and it's the same thing. One step, no step, we can't reach the big one yet. You know, we can't even finish the steps, them long, man.
Exactly. You know, and I know we've been in arms together, fighting the struggle, and so that's why.
I don't believe in a struggle, you know. That's a one word I'm not using, you know. So, you know, I'm not struggle.
We said that we want to. So I don't know if you agree with just even a social media campaign, or one can rally, as the brethren saying they are going to the Ethiopian embassy in New York.
Well, I know that in Jamaica a lot of people not in agreement with that, because we are saying the Prime Minister, I think it is, that came out in our support when we said leave Ethiopia alone, hands off, and he was there with us. He think we did the best demonstration in Jamaica. He said it was the number one, and it going look away, you know, for we are go against all him, you know me. I say, him have nothing to do with what I go on. So it's like we definitely here not going to go to. I don't know about, well, I know for some of the people I talk to, and myself, I will not be at no embassy. I'm not doing it, especially in Jamaica, because it looks funny. Weird to know we went there in support of them, and now we're going there against them. That is how it's looking.
Okay, I'm not saying that we should go to the Ethiopian embassy in Jamaica. As isn't it just a consulate? Two people that are representing the Ethiopian government in Jamaica.
And Yodit works with us, you know.
Right.
Yodit is there with us, like, yes, I mean, right now she could have vexed with her one, you know. I said I don't get to reason with her yet, because she was in Panama. I don't know if she reached back yet, you know. She was going to Panama for that event.
Right. So we're saying not necessarily at the Ethiopian embassy in Jamaica, but just rallying around Rastafari, to say that we can come together. We have many disputes, as the brethren said, the dispute about Scots Pass. And I understand that the Sistine Nzinga King, the ruling is supposed to be coming down in this month.
Okay.
There is something in the pipeline which is said that the Department of Justice is going to rule in her favor, but the ruling, the official ruling has not been made, because the date of the court, I think, is actually next week. So there are actual things that are happening globally. In Kenya, the children were put out of school because of locks. There was another case in South Africa. And so it is not just for Ethiopia. It is a worldwide call for solidarity for the rights of
and yeah, understandable. And in just because I know I don't want to wrap up, in respect to Pinnacle, we are trying to see if we can get some brothers again to go clean up there. We seem to clean it up and even somebody can occupy it, you know. But you know, Catherine don't know the vibes. We have to show say, yo, this is ours, you know, and if it's have to have people just keep cleaning it up. We know water is an issue there, but you know, you always can truck water there. Tell a nice toilet, I think, which is still there. I don't know what is to be done there, but we are hoping that we can just keep it clean, if anything. Because if the government say we dash it, like, what do you think them are gonna do? Them quick for just say, look how them are deal with. I hope they're looking horrible, you know. We need to deal with it, but can't let it go so far.
Yes, it's true. No, it's true what you said. Sister Althea was one of the first to suggest back in 2005, 2006 that we take
Occupy
up,
Pinnacle.
yes, we take up Pinnacle. This is before the social media campaign about Occupy Pinnacle.
Oh.
And the Rastafari Youth Initiative Council went up there and actually cleaned the tabernacle. I was a part of that group.
Right.
Way back in 2006.
But we can't stop and go. It's either we're going consistent or something, but too much inconsistency. But I understand too that
Can't stop and going on, Luther. You know, this is that, I don't want to hear it, you know. The stop and go thing now, where we have to go full 100 and we can't cover that no more, you know.
Because they stole off some stuff there that were planted and it went to court, you know. It has caused a war up there with the man them who do it, you know. Because so them stay, you know. I'm part of the PPP thing now. We have a farm out of Steigerville Road. And as we're back turning, you know, the people them come from anywhere and thief the things. So them stay, them never see the plant up. Them want know for thief. So them go up Pinnacle, go, you know, take what things with them see the plant up. Yeah, I think the matter they go court if I'm not wrong. So it's if you don't have somebody there stable and occupying it and things, it's going to continue being like that. So we have to decide what we're really going to do. And there's so much mouths and feet and kind of thing that came into this thing. And where are they now? What were they looking when they all came in? You know?
Yes, Empress.
It's a serious thing, and I'm in my Irish, I'm like a child within the whole thing, observing. I am observing and observing. And you have some, and again, we're not gonna discuss any kind of personality within this space, but there are issues that are preventing I and I from moving forward in dealing with the wider issues. And a lot of I and I, as I and I have expressed time and time again, a lot of I and I are playing blind-eyed to the issues that is at hand, that is affecting us and pushing us backward.
Why they can't get
I and I all have been there, and there are a lot of I and I who knows about some of what is happening with the Scat Pass issue. Some of I and I know what is happening in the Nyabingi administration. And when some of I and I put certain issue in the forefront, in the collective space, so I and I can look at it, there are semblance of classism and bullyisms that push I and I back. And these things are not being addressed. There are nepotism that is happening in the Rastafari. And I'm talking about specifically in Jamaica, that I have seen it. And we have spoken about it, and there are persons who are closing their mouth when certain things are to be addressed. And it's the same thing that is happening, that is trickling all over INI's community. A lot of INI are very much aware of it. And I get very sentimental when these things happens, because I personally, my family personally are affected. And I'm gonna bring it up again, that the door of the custodian was kicked off when they go against and desecrated the ancient. Forget how close he is to myself personally, but I'm talking about it on the principle. And I'm not hearing one's mentioning it. A lot of the Rastafari community, because of how personal the relationship and the conflict of interest that has been going on in the administration of the Rastafari, and particularly the Nyabingi, they played a blind eye to the situation. And then right after that, after the door of the custodian was kicked open by the systematic oppression, particularly there in Jamaica, as I experienced recently, our children was violated. Why can't I look on it from that perspective? Everybody taking them time going around it because it's Irie Irons and because him and this one had problem, or he did this and they did not. The principle, until I are able to look at it in a transparent and an accountable way and a principled way, we're going to continue to have these problems. We cannot play a blind eye and get into subjective emotional issues with each other when it comes on to the collective. The Majesty Haile Selassie first did not do that. He didn't taught us to lead in that way. A lot of us played blind eye, and then our children were violated. The 7-year-old was banned under the legal system in Jamaica because of our locks. And then our woman, our young lady, Nzinga, got violated by the legal system in Jamaica. I said it time and time and time again. The 3 major institutions that's supposed to be providing essential services to our people violated the Rastafari community directly, blatantly in this 21st century. First, they violated our ancient. Second, they violated our children. And third, they violated our women. Why aren't we talking about these things? We go around and they will talk about one aspect of it. It cannot be resolved in that way. The Majesty said, love you one to another, for he that loveth is of I and I are love, and I know it, the order of love. Unity is the accepted goal. Despite of people personal action, everyone gonna get paid according to their work. If you're sitting into a collective seat of representation, the fire seat of Rastafari, you must be clear. We know we are not perfect, but we know what perfection is. And it is traumatizing our family to see how we are being so very, very hypocritical towards each other. Grown people, very grown people sitting in leadership and being so very biased, it's ridiculous.
Yes, blessed Rastafari.
Yes. All right. Listen. Yeah, I want to just, because I know that noise is in my background, so let me just speak now, like I kind of quell down. What I'm trying to say is that we are all Rastafari children, no matter where we come from. Nobody can come tell me, you're not bingy, you're not this, you can't chat, you get it. We are all the children of Rastafari, right? It's just that ones went through different mansions to hold it. No, I am saying that if I talk about something in bingy, because them love style me as that 12th tribe data there, you see, and things like that, and that 12th tribe data there, you see, has been doing so much and everywhere that them think me a bubble, them think me a bingy, them think me a orthodox, because me a Rastafari. I'm not care nobody want to say. Me do, them know me promote events and all them things, and so me would deal with anybody, but nowadays me have to chop off some, come realize where I go, because I can't deal with them energy. But me I tell you, so right now, we either going to have to, because see me definitely Ethiopia about me, not like some people that chat, you know, or as visitors, you know. Me I definitely there's something you want going on, my spirit young, you know. Me not care my age, you know. So me know me I forgot this, so me don't have nothing else to put in Jamaica. Fire, burn Jamaica, that I mean. So me just say right, you know, we just, if we're in Jamaica as long as we're here, though, we can put who want to stay and who wants this and that. Me will support, but me can't put me 100% in it. But me I love the Pinnacle look better, because I have a heart to call vibes to Pinnacle. I have a heart to call vibes to Leonard P. Owen. Love him to my heart and soul. So me I really like say that's all, you know, kind of deal with. That's my thing.
Yes, I give thanks, Rastafari, Queen, Marcia.
Aisha.
You know, so me know you like that.
Auntie Marcia, right. And
Careful now, Luther. Careful. We have to be very careful right now, then. Because sister, Queen is there. We have to be very careful. No, we have to be very, very be careful right now. Thank her for coming very much, please. Bless her up. May she come. Give her a yelly.
Selassie. Ras Kafra, I've been trying to call on the president of the Guyanese Rastafari Council. I see him, but I don't know if him turn him back. Ras Kafra, Kafra, are you there, Ras Kafra? Okay. In the meantime, Ras Kamau.
Aluta.
Ras Kamau.
Okay.
Ras Kamau. Ras I Kamau, are you there? Oh, see Ras Kafra come then. Ras Kafra. Ras Kafra. Yeah, unmute your mic, Ras Kafra. Yeah, man.
Rastafari.
Selassie, I give thanks.
Plugged in and here you come my name.
Yeah, man, give thanks. The mic
Yes,
is
greetings,
yours.
Saluto. Host, I want to acknowledge our Buki, the chair. I see the Honorable Reverend Kamau. I don't think I'm familiar with a lot of the names that I see here, but I give thanks again. Give thanks for the invitation. As you say, Uncle Jasaneb, life, prosperity, and health to everyone. With regard to the issue, the Shashamani issue, I'm not too familiar with it, and thus my reason for making a special effort to be here today. But the demands of certain things, I'm in and out. But I'm trying to gather as much as I can, because I think when you're in a position of leadership, you should try and be as informed, so as to ensure that those who listen to you have a wide perspective. But I think regardless of me being intimately informed about the issue, I think the core of most of our problems is the fact that we somehow keep failing to transcend, as His Majesty said, these personal issues